before we officially begin, I kindly request you to switch off or silence your mobile phones and please stand for the Sarva Dharma Pratna. Please refrain from clapping after the Pratna.
Jagad
For invoking your blessings to commence our program on such a reverent note. In this era of exceptional changes, where climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality weigh heavily on our collective consciousness, it is crucial that we come together. As Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam once said, let us sacrifice our today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. These words resonate now more than ever as we strive to create innovative solutions that honor both our environment and humanity. On behalf of Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education, I, Dania Sultan, first year B.Ed student, extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, guests, principal ma'am, participants, teachers, and fellow students. We are gathered here for the one-day national conference on a weaving sustainable world, integrating knowledge, culture, and solutions, organized by BLMCE and BVBC. We are also proud to have National Fertilizers Limited as our esteemed sponsor for today's event, and we celebrate their incredible milestone of 50 years of silence. Of 50 years of excellence, I'm sorry. Let's congratulate them on this remarkable achievement with a round of applause. Before we proceed further, allow me to briefly introduce you Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra. Founded on November 7, 1938 by Kulpati Dr. Kanhaiya Lal Manek Lal Munshi, Bharati Vidya Bhavan is a renowned institution dedicated to the promotion of education and culture. Operating as a charitable public trust, its mission is to advance education, the arts, and cultural heritage. As many of you know, Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra is home to two respected academic institutions. The first is Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education, as we fondly call it BLMCE, established in 2016 with the recognition of NCTE. BLMCE focuses on developing teachers, educators for elementary, secondary, and senior secondary levels. Our vision is to be a leading institution that meets the growing demand for high quality educators. In the 8 years since its inception, BLMCE has made significant strides. Now, allow me to introduce our second institution, Bharati Vidya Bhavan College, as we fondly call it, BVBC. BVBC was established in 2022 and is affiliated with Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, located in the heart of the capital. BVBC offers cutting-edge learning experience in line with Bhavan's mission of blending ancient values with modern needs. Currently, BVBC offers 5 courses: BBA, BCom, BCA, BA English Honours, and BA Economics Honours. The students in these programs are vital members of Bhavan's family, upholding our messages of staying rooted in cultural values while embracing progress. Today's one-day national conference on weaving a sustainable world is a small step towards integrating knowledge, culture, and sustainable solutions. To shed further light on today's conference, I now invite Dr. Gitika Datta, Dean Academics, Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to kindly enlighten us. Please join me in welcoming ma'am with a heartfelt round of applause.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all the esteemed guests and the dignitaries on this stage. I am it's a matter of great honor for me to be, saying things about how things about this conference, कि ये conference के बारे में किस तरह से शुरुआत है, किस तरह से सोचा गया. Respected Dr. Vinod Mathur, Dr. Mrs. Gitika Mathur, Colonel B. Venkat, Mr. Sanjeev Randev ji, Dr. Shankar Goenka, respected Shri Ashok Pradhan ji, हमारे director. We are also graced with the presence of Professor Suresh Prasad Singh ji, who is the former Vice Chancellor of VKU Ara Bihar University, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, who is the Head and Dean School of Education and Psychology, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya Varda, Dr. Anju Tandon, Principal Mehta Vidyalaya, Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Dr. A.K. Sharma, Regional Education Officer, Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Dr. Dilip Badkar, Mr. Malhotra, Registrar, dear faculty members and dear students. I am very happy to be, introducing the conference here. We all belong to the species of Homo sapiens, and we are here for the past 3 lakh years. And we have made commendable progress in almost all fields of philosophy, science, technology, ecology, and a whole lot of disciplines. And we have segregated knowledge according to various, criteria and all. And we boast of being the most powerful species on the earth. Yes, and our pursuit of progress and material comforts has come at a significant cost to our planet Earth that we call home. The Earth's ecosystem is a delicately balanced system, and over a period of time, because of our interventions, there have been a lot of changes in the Earth's ecological system. तो ये हमारे लिए सोचने का बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है कि हमने अपने इस घर को क्या किया है. The environmental जो humanity है आज की डेट में, we are standing at crossroads. We need to decide now, or we are surely thinking or looking at something which is very disastrous consequences. Humanity stands at crossroads, facing an environmental crisis of unprecedented proportions. Our insatiable appetite for resources, coupled with complete disregard for ecological balance, has led to widespread destruction, degradation of our planet's ecosystem. Deforestation, pollution, climate change are just some of the things which we feel all around us. हमें लगता है कि मौसम बदल रहे हैं, हमें लगता है कि हर मौसम बहुत एक्सट्रीम पे जा रहा है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है. एंड why is this thing happening? I mean, through this conference, I mean, there is a need for dialogue. And this conference is basically an attempt to initiate this dialogue. कि जब तक हम में से एक व्यक्ति, जब तक हम ये नहीं सोचेंगे कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं, किस डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हैं, तब तक हम कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे. एंड दिस इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर. The absence, lack of sensitivity towards others, uncontrolled desire to dominate others and be the most powerful person, ruler, country, society, organization, corporation, most powerful linguistic groups, most powerful religious group, all of these passions or urges are driving us to acquire the most destructible weapons that has been created by man. And the research we are seeing in the all around wars and conflicts going on around us, चाहे आप मिडिल ईस्ट का एग्जाम्पल ले लीजिए, चाहे आप यूक्रेन एंड रशिया का एग्जाम्पल ले लीजिए. when nations are prioritizing self-interest over shared humanity, the consequences can be very, very devastating. It is imperative that we cultivate a sense of global citizenship and work towards peace and understanding and cooperation. And into my understanding, if we try to connect with our own self and our basic grounding in morality and spirituality can play a very, very important role in bringing us closer to the nature and in bringing us closer to the environment. We are so dependent on environment, and we just don't come to realize the kind of consequences that we are facing. The basic purpose of this conference is, there are a lot of discussions going on. We observe the environment day, and all of those things. But the thing is कि जब हम individual level पे आते हैं, each one of us thinks at some point of time कि मैं अकेला क्या कर सकता हूँ या कर सकती हूँ. But the thing is कि अगर हम अकेले अपने आप में कुछ ऐसे मेजर्स अपना लें जो कि एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली हों, जो कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ हों, तो वी ऑल कैन मेक अ ह्यूज डिफरेंस. एक एक बूंद से पूरा समुद्र बनता है. एंड द बेसिक पर्पस ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस इज टू generate that bund in each one of us so that we are able to contribute towards the saving of our planet and environment. So this is where we would want to understand that each individual matters. Efforts of each and every individual matters. Let us not run behind those you can say mad race of acquiring more and more material possessions, mad race of acquiring more and more clothes, mad race of acquiring more and more you can say possessions, houses and things. That let us try to actually understand कि हमें क्या चाहिए. There is enough for all of us on this earth, but earth is not ready to provide for greed of each one of us. We are heading towards destruction. There was a movie some time back which was quite critically acclaimed also, Don't Look Up. I don't know how many of you have seen, but very pertinent movie I guess, जिसका basic purpose was कि ये दिखाने के लिए कि जो डेंजर है वो कितना नज़दीक है और हम उसको किस तरह से इग्नोर करते हैं. We just fail to look up. और we fall into this जिसको कहते हैं ना फैशन और ट्रेंड ऑफ जस्ट नॉट लुकिंग अप टू द काइंड ऑफ डेंजर दैट वी आर फेसिंग. So this is basically what is the objective of this conference, that we need to address the pressing challenges of our time. We need to come together as a global community by fostering dialogue, collaborations, innovations, and we can develop sustainable solutions that can benefit both present and past generations and future generations, and each individual has got a role to play in this collective effort. By embracing sustainable practices and reducing our environmental footprint, and by advocating policies that prioritize sustainability, we can create and we can definitely make our own mark in creating a more resilient and equitable world, which is more sustainable and will be able to sustain us for generations to come. So it's time that we look up and face the stark reality. So this is the basic objective of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening words. For further proceedings of the event, I now invite Dr. Shalini Gupta, Head of Department, B.Ed BLMCE, and Dr. Namrata Singh, Assistant Professor, BLMCE, to introduce our esteemed dignitaries.
Very good morning to all the distinguished guests, esteemed colleague, and all the attendees. I welcome you all for this conference, and it's my great honor to introduce our chief guest for today's conference, Dr. Vinod B. Mathur. With a remarkable career spanning over more than 3 decades, Dr. Mathur has made significant contribution to the protection of India's diverse wildlife heritage and its rich biodiversity. Dr. Mathur has joined the Indian Forest Services in 1983. After serving for 33 years at the prestigious Wildlife Institute of India, including as the Dean and subsequently as the Director, Dr. Mathur worked as the Chairperson of the National Biodiversity Authority of India from 2019 to 2022. Dr. Mathur obtained his doctorate degree from the University of Oxford. He has been the Regional Vice Chair of the International Union of Conservation of Nature (IUCN) World Commission on Protected Areas, South Asia from 2011 to 2021. Dr. Mathur has been actively contributing on biodiversity research policy interface issues and has been the Regional Vice Chair Asia Pacific region of the United Nations Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, that is UNIPBES Multidisciplinary Expert Panel. He has been associated with various national and international professional bodies. He has been the United Nations IPBES Bureau member and also the UN Convention on Biological Diversity Bureau member. He has published numerous papers in prestigious national and international journals and authored many books on biodiversity. His areas of interest include international biodiversity negotiation and green infrastructure development. He is currently working as the Asian Development Bank International Biodiversity Specialist as an IUCN Strategic Advisor for the Asia Pacific region. We are truly privileged and fortunate to have Dr. Mathur with us. We welcome you, sir. I request Shri Ashok Pradhan, sir, Director, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi, Kent, to kindly felicitate Dr. Mathur with Bhavan's publication and sapling. We can have the round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Shalini Gupta, and I feel privileged to introduce our guest of honor, Colonel B. Venkat, Registrar Terry Sass. Colonel B. Venkat served in the Indian Army in the Technical Branch, Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, having done his mechanical engineering from Army Institute. Having more than 31 years of service experience and served in all possible appointments of command, staff, and instructional, Colonel Venkat has excelled in all the professional courses and training at India and abroad. Colonel B. Venkat has a unique distinction of representing India as its technical military attaché to Russia, thereby contributing effectively in improving bilateral relations and negotiations, leading to modernization of the Indian Army. Colonel B. Venkat has been recognized and has been awarded on multiple occasions at the highest levels in the Indian Army, besides the organization which he commanded being declared the best in an operational theatre. As Director of Faculty Development at AICTE, he was instrumental in fine-tuning faculty development, related issues and release of multiple grants in an extremely transparent and effective manner. Multiple initiatives and activities were conceptualized to include promotion of research, attaining higher qualifications, training on domain-specific and related subjects, leading to capacity building of the faculty members. Sir also has expertise in AICT's quality initiatives like NITTT, that is National Initiative for Technical Teachers Training, implementation of examination reforms, AICTE Students Learning Assessment Parak, AICTE's 360-degree feedback mechanism, and processes of implementation of NEP 2020. As Registrar, Central University, Rajasthan, he was instrumental in management of administration and fine-tuning the work through effective implementation of online processes. He had the experience of conducting NAC peer team visit, convocation, and meetings of the different bodies. We welcome you, sir. May I request Dr. Geetika Datta, Dean Academics, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to felicitate Colonel B. Venkat with Bhavan's publications and sapling.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now pleased to introduce our another guest of honor, Mr. Sanjeev Randeva. Mr. Sanjeev is General Manager of National Fertilizer Limited and is associated with NFL for the last 27 years in various capacities. He is looking after marketing, human resource development, administration, corporate communication, CSR, social media, and promotional activities of NFL. A science graduate with MBA in HR and marketing from University Business School, Himachal Pradesh University Shimla, and Master in Mass Communication. He is the recipient of Communicator of the Year Award from the Public Relations Council of India, PRCI. He was also declared Social Media Person of the Year by PRCI in the year 2022. He was honored with Excellence in Reputation Management Award in the year 2023 by Public Relations Council of India. He has also attended Advanced Management and Learning Program at Netherlands and Dubai, and also is the sponsor of our conference. So I welcome you, sir, and I request Dr. Goenka, sir, to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Sanjeev.
I'm honored to introduce Dr. Shankar Goenka, author, coach, TEDx speaker, and treasurer of Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra. Sir was born into an accomplished business family of par excellence that ran into multiple industries. Dr. Shankar Goenka left his family business and set up Wow Factors India Private Limited in 2006 to nourish his passion for building and refining human capital to help individuals and organizations for achieving super success. A NCC cadet, theater and stage artist, plays synthesizer, hockey player, and avid researcher, inquisitive learner, and a component professional who believes in inclusive growth and sustenance of mankind. Dr. Goenka's exploration led him to specializing in whole brain thinking under the able guidance of Dr. Kobus Nithlings, which formed the central pillar of all his training programs for his divergent audience. Sir travels across the globe on invitations from national and international bodies for speaking and training assignments through his offices in India and overseas, and is a recipient of a string of prestigious awards from India and abroad in creative thinking, transformational leadership, capacity building, women leadership, education, social work, and happiness. Sir is a founder and managing director of Wow Factors. He heads Goenka Institute of Education and Research and Goenka Public Schools. He is a member of United Nations Global Compact Network. He is advisor, National Skill Development Corporation, New Delhi. He is advisor of Sports Academy Association of India. Training partner, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. He is an adjunct professor, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. He is a channel partner with National Small Industries Corporation. He is an advisory board member of World Association for Small and Medium Enterprises. He is a member of Indian Studies of Training and Development. He is founder, chairman, Sparsh Foundation for Education and Research. He is trustee, Manav Mandir Mission. He works closely with ministries and councils such as Ministry of Minority Affairs, Sector Skill Councils, NSDS, MSME, and many more. Sir is in training with more than 200 schools and colleges, including Sanskriti, Shiv Nadar, DPS, DAV, Kendra Vidyalayas, Ryan, Tagore, Manav Rachna, and many more. He is a corporate trainer with NSIC, IFCO, ONGC, Indian Oil, DMRC, NHPC, NTPC, ITBP, Hindustan Times, and many more again. He is a trainer of Gujarat, Rajasthan, MIT, Invertis, Mumbai, and Delhi universities, and Lovely Professional University. He is a member on expert panel of the SME Committee of AIME, advisor to Chairman Choir Board, served as Deputy Director of Delhi Productive Council of India, run skill development programs in various parts of country, and many more achievements. We welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Ritu Sharma, HOD BVBC, to felicitate sir with Bhavan's publications and saplings.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our Honorable Director, Sir, Shri Ashok Pradhan. Sir superannuated as Secretary to Government of India after joining Indian Administrative Services in 1967. During over 35 years of service, he served Indian government as Joint Secretary in the Ministries of Personnel and Commerce, Director General in Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, CMD of Indian Tourism Development Corporation, Director General Ministry of Tourism, Principal Secretary of Power Transport and Tourism, Delhi Government, General Manager, Delhi Electrical Supply Corporation, and Development Commissioner in Arunachal Pradesh. He has been serving Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Delhi Kendra for more than 15 years. Under his leadership, Delhi Kendra has scaled new heights. Among many other things, he was instrumental in the establishment of Bhavan's Leelabati Munshi College of Education (BLMC) in 2016 and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College (BVBC) in 2022, as well as setting up the Center of Indology. We are grateful to have his guidance and blessings always with us. We warmly welcome you, sir. And I request Dr. Sulekha Ram, HOD DLED, to felicitate Ashok Pradhan, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. We are greatly honored to have such distinguished guests with us today. Now, I request Sri Ashok Pradhan, Director Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, to deliver the welcome address. Please join me in welcoming sir with a warm round of applause.
It is a great pleasure for me and on behalf of the Bharatiya Bhavan to welcome all the guests and all my students who have joined today and the teachers on this important program of weaving of sustainable world, integrating knowledge, culture and solution. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the auspicious Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in this national conference organized by BLMC and BVB College, sponsored by National Fertilizer Limited, a Navaratna CPSU company, Government of India. We are honored to have such renowned academicians and practitioners in the field of sustainability and environment to grace our event. We are deeply honored to have such distinguished guests grace this occasion: Dr. Vinod Mathurji, Dr. Colonel Venkatji, Mr. Sanjeev Randevji, and our own Treasurer, Dr. Shankar Goyamgadi. Your expertise and contribution to the critical area of sustainability are invaluable. Your expertise and dedication to sustainability are truly inspiring. Your presence underscores the urgent need for innovative solutions as we navigate the critical challenges facing our planet. VVB is committed to fostering a sustainable future and promoting environmental consciousness. We believe that through collaboration, research and innovation, we can create a more resilient and equitable world for generations to come. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to National Fertilizer Limited for generously sponsoring this event. Though through open dialogue and shared knowledge, we hope to empower our talented students and faculty to become environmental stewards, creating a more resilient and equitable world for generations to come. I am sure that your insights and expertise will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and inspire all of us to take action. We look forward to a fruitful exchange of ideas and a productive event. Founded in 1938, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is a renowned non-profit organization with rich history, inspired by Dr. K. Munshi and blessed by Mahatma Gandhi ji. The Bhavan was established to preserve Sanskrit and promote Indian culture. Over the years, it has grown significantly, becoming a national movement with a global perspective. Today, the Bhavan boasts an impressive network of 367 students across India and 7 overseas centers, with a dedicated staff of 6,000 and serving nearly 3 lakh students. It may be the largest charitable organization in India. Committed to ethical and spiritual values, the Bhavan actively promotes Indian cultural heritage. That our students must have seen in Delhi also, apart from the subjects or the courses which are being treated, we also bring you to various aspects of Indian culture so that your personality, your thinking gets committed to the best aspects of India's culture and bring you in a good personal citizen of this country. That is what I say about my students specifically. The organization has a prominent presence in Delhi with a 6.99-acre campus. Recently, it has expanded its educational offerings by establishing Leelavati Munshi College of Education in 2016 and BVV College in 2022. These institutions offer a variety of undergraduate programs. Sarve bhavantu sukhna, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhavantu pashyantu, ma kaschit bhag bhavet. सभी सुखी होवे, सभी रोग मुक्त रहें, सभी मंगलमय के साथी बने और किसी को भी दुख का भाग न बनना पड़े, ये मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है। इन्हीं मंगल कामनाओं के साथ आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, आपका जीवन मंगलमय हो, आप अच्छा इंसान बने, अच्छे सिटीजन बने और भारतवर्ष के उद्देश्य को आगे लेकर चलें, ये मेरी आप सबके लिए शुभकामनाएं हैं, आशीर्वाद। Once again, I welcome to VBB and hope this will be a fruitful day for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and your constant guidance to us all. I now would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Vinod B. Mathur, former chairperson of National Biodiversity Authority of India and former director of the Wildlife Institute of India, to share his perspectives on today's theme. Please give him a round of applause.
Can I have the...
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries on the dais, especially Shri Ashok Pradhan ji, colleagues and friends and teachers here, and above all, the students who have gathered here for this one-day conference. I must say that at the outset, I would like to compliment the organizers for conceiving this program today. And I will explain why I am saying this issue of sustainability becomes very, very important. We talk about conservation, but we need to understand it fully. And the most impressive thing I found when Dr. Gitika was talking to me was the title of this conference today. And I want to draw your attention. It talks about weaving a sustainable world. And I stress upon the word weaving. And I'm sure many of you would have seen in nature that there is a bird called weaver bird, and how she weaves the nest. That means things are all there. Weaving has a very special connotation. Things are there, things are scattered, things are here and there, but then you need to bring them together. And that is what is the importance of education, that it helps us to bring things together. And that is where, when we talk of weaving a sustainable world is also a very complex thing. The science of sustainability is very different from the science of zoology, botany, chemistry, or whatever physical and biological sciences we study. But the fact that you have decided to organize this on this theme means that we means business. We want to improve things, and we want our younger generation to understand that weaving a sustainable world will require a lot of thinking, it will require a lot of innovation, and it will also require a lot of motivation. And that is what institutions like this are supposed to do, and have been doing it for all these years over there. So what I have done, I have divided my presentation in 4 parts. As you can see, I first give you a global picture on what is happening to the global environmental scene. Why are we so concerned today that things are not happening the way they should happen? And then I come and discuss the notions of a Viksit Bharat. We have been talking about that, but what that concept is and how it is going to affect and change our lives in the years to come. And obviously there would be challenges in achieving sustainability. We need to understand them, then only we can address them. And therefore what I propose in the end is a kind of a 9-point mantra to deal with this very complex issue of sustainability. Now I want to draw your attention to this. Okay. See this slide, I always make it a point when I am addressing an audience like this. What you see is a person holding some soil. And if you look a little closely, there are some plant twigs over there. There is an earthworm over there. You understand the interaction of this soil, which is going to determine nothing can grow without the soil. All forest productivity, all agriculture productivity, all horticulture productivity. That means everything that we eat and do and live is dependent upon soil. And what I want to further explain, and what you cannot see, are millions and millions of microbes which are present in the soil, which you are not seeing. Every time we move, we step on the soil, we don't even see twigs and plants and animals, still we see. But these microbes have a very important role to play. And what we are doing to the soil, we are doing everything to destroy or to reduce its productivity. And therefore, when we talk of conservation, when we talk of sustainability, this is the first action that we need to maintain, that the soil health. Because the soil health, which doesn't look so obvious, but is very, very important. And I must give you an example that when I was recently working as the chairperson of the National Biodiversity Authority, we have a National Biodiversity Act. There was a proposal where a foreign company came and said that we want to collect a teaspoon of soil from farmers in Telangana. And I was also taken aback that what is their interest. And they said, sir, please allow it, because under the law we cannot collect it. And I said, I then became very curious and interested, and I started asking what you will do. They said, sir, for a very important purpose of bioremediation, we need this soil, and we are testing out certain things, and we should be able to produce a fertilizer from that. And we gave that, and in return they said, for every spoon of soil, we will pay the farmer 2 lakh rupees. Nobody believed it. I myself didn't believe that somebody could do. And actually, you don't even need that teaspoon. In a small speck, you will get millions and millions of bacteria and microorganisms and that. And they worked for 6 months. They came back with a check and say, sir, this is what we had promised. This is. So point I'm trying to make is that both ecology and environment and economics can go together. So it should be our own self-interest to make and to conserve life which is around us. So that is a little example which I began to start with. But things are not so good. These are some of the services which nature provides us. Okay, carbon sequestration, pollution, pure water. And when I say nature provides you free of cost. No charges for that, for the clean stream and the clean water. But what we are doing, we are destroying our water bodies, we are making them impaired, and ultimately going back to convert and allow our water supply through this, which the nature is allowing to give us free of cost. So this is what is the real sense, and it is not just one services. And mind you, these services, those of you who understand pollination, where a bee or a butterfly will go to a plant or a flower and take the pollen and take it to the other, then only that plant can grow. These services cannot be provided by any lab. And if it can be, it will be at a huge cost. So what I'm trying to say again, that nature has been so kind, nature has been so benevolent, yet you and my actions included are doing something to destroy or to impair nature on that. So this is what I say. All of us, we know what is a fabric, and our mothers and sisters, when our t-shirts or jeans get worn out, we provide the stitch over there. But we also know that apart from fashion, for fashion it's fine, but in reality these stitches are not going to stay for long. And this is what we are doing to Mother Nature, that we are destroying the very fabric of life and life on this earth, and there are no two earth. We may send a few persons to Moon or Mars, but that doesn't mean we can have a life over there. So we are doing everything to destroy or to reduce this particular value of our nature. Up. Now, I don't have any intention of teaching biology here, but I want to explain that what is the extent of the problem. These are all the taxonomic groups, from bees to butterflies to insects to plants and so on. This is the data from the world which is saying that we are doing to reduce their habitat. So if you need this much habitat for life, we are reducing it to this, we are reducing to this, thereby not allowing our plants and animals to grow. And obviously this will affect their survival and so on. See what this tiny little frog is saying. Extinctions also happen. Nothing in life is fixed forever. These extinctions take place. These extinctions mean the species is lost forever. But this was happening, not that it is happening today, it was not happening earlier. It was happening earlier too. But what your and my action are doing, we have increased the pace of that. Up to, there is an estimate by the scientists made very recently that up to 1 million species of plants and animals are going to get extinct if we continue what is called as a business as usual. If we do not improve, if we do not understand, if we do not take action. And many of these species are not even known to science. You may ask me, sir, do you know this 1 million species? The answer will be no, I don't know. But for protecting our environment and for the very selfish reason of protecting myself or ourselves, we need to protect them. So these are what something our scientists are saying, and we need to heed to that voice over there. The other point I want to make, that you must have seen different taxonomic groups. Birds are there, frogs are there, mammals are there, big animals are there. All are getting affected. And if you just pay one moment of attention, if you see in the 1600, 1700, 1800 over there, they were, but the rate of extinction was very low. But for the last 100 years, see how that graph is going up. So what I want to stress upon is that our science and our scientists are telling that all is not well. Things are changing, things need to be improved, things need to be fixed. Then I want to show you this particular graph. Oops, there's a map. See this. On this one you see these are different breeds of cattle. If you go to Haryana, if you go to Punjab, if you go to Rajasthan, if you go to Gujarat, you will find different breeds of cattle over there. And each of this cattle has evolved with a certain climate in mind. So Rajasthan is desert, Madhya Pradesh is a little wet, and so on and so forth. But what we are doing, we are losing these local varieties. So when we talk in a very generic manner that climate change is going to affect, people want to know what is climate change going to do. And this is what the scientists are saying, that all these local variations in variety, which we call as a biodiversity, is going to get affected. People might say that we will get a hybrid Murrah buffalo and we can do that. Yes, in some sense we can. But ultimately for the hybrids also, their vigor is lost, their vitality is lost, and you have to again go back to the wild and do that. So these are some of the indications which our science and scientists are telling, and we need to fix them over there. This is a very strong statement I am making here. Our planet is collapsing, and there is no other planet which can sustain life. Why? Because temperatures are increasing. We have heard about that if temperatures go beyond 1.5 degree, things are going to get more severe on that. Populations of large number of animals are declining, and the productivity I mentioned about soil and other factors is also getting affected on that. So we have not been able to address these critical challenges. The 1.5 degree temperature, scientists may differ, people may differ, politicians may differ, that will it happen in 20 years from now or will it happen in 40 years from now. That difference might be there, but the fact is that if we do not take steps now, if we do not talk of sustainability now, then we will get large tracts of lands which are getting affected like this. So we have our colleagues from the business also here. Everything we tend to think in terms of money and resources. And many of you would know that there is a very important conference of the business leaders which takes place in a place called Davos in Switzerland. Every year they meet and they think about how their business is going to grow. And all these things they were doing all these years till COVID came. And for the first time they started thinking that their businesses are going to get affected if nature or nature conservation is not put in place. For the first time, they've been meeting for all these years. So, we all have suffered through the pandemic. The biggest learning from pandemic was that if you continue to play and mess with nature, if you do not control the loss of nature and biodiversity, then we are all going to suffer. I don't want to get into the politics that from where the virus came and whether it came from China or India or whatever. But the fact is that we are playing with nature, we are destroying our forest, we are building our infrastructure in such a manner that we lose out on forest, and all these things are going to affect. And interestingly, I always make a point to mention that in 2019, we could say that the world saw the COVID pandemic for the first time. And we were all unprepared. And we were caught napping and we took that step and so on and so forth. You remember those pictures and visuals of trucks and railway wagons carrying oxygen. And what we had done earlier, we ourselves had cut those trees. Then what nature was doing, we destroyed that. Now we have to produce oxygen artificially. So these are some of the connects which I want to stress upon, that when we talk of sustainability, we must understand that protection of nature is very, very important on that. And we are now getting sense that the businesses cannot continue if we continue to destroy nature, what we have been doing. This is again something very important. As a scientist myself, many times we are asked that what the science can do, what scientists can do. I am not saying that scientists can do nothing. What scientists can do, you can see the title, science is very clear. You cannot continue to destroy nature as we have been doing. Because the evidence is all there, species are getting lost, things are happening over there, economics is getting affected, and so on and so forth. So therefore the role of scientists is important, but from scientists we need to move to management. And many times scientists are asked this question. Our politicians, I have nothing against them, but they ask that what will happen if we protect nature or if we don't protect nature? Because in their minds, it is the economic returns that they are talking. And this is a very simple graph which says that if nature can produce jobs, if you are interested, a politician wants to know that how many jobs can be protected if I don't clear this forest for a housing society. Ecosystem services, I mentioned to you, clean water, clean air, if you put them on economic terms, then there is a huge figure which is coming over there. And we all understand the returns. Sometimes we invest in fixed deposits, and sometimes we do in stocks, and sometimes we do in gold. But see what nature is saying. For every $1 invested in nature, the return is going to be $9. There is no other return at this rate. And yet, our actions are what? Are destroying nature on that. So now with this little background, I want to come back to this issue of Viksit Bharat, which has also been in circulation. I was trying to look at the audience. I don't think so there is anybody who was born before 1947. Is there anyone? I don't think so. What is important is that we got our independence in 1947. We are clubbed and talked about that we are a developing country. And we have no idea how long this tag is going to continue. But the present government, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, has given us a concept of Viksit Bharat. So what the concept says, that we were what we were in 1947, but today in 2027, in 100 years, there are still a few years left, we need to change this tag. We need to have a new vision for India. We need to talk of economic growth. We need to talk of social reforms. We need to talk of technological innovations. All those words, ma'am, which you said in the beginning are very, very important. And the very important part which brings my interest to Viksit Bharat is the talk which you see on the third line, ensuring environmental sustainability. And for doing that, we need to leverage technology and we need to improve governance. See, it's not a simple thing that you do one thing and you take the thing out over there. The ultimate aim is that we need to create this country of ours as a resilient Bharat. Because in the global level, things are happening. Wars will happen, floods will happen, fires will happen. We need to develop a kind of a resilience. And there are already some indications. While the entire world, I use a very strong phrase, the entire world, the economy is dipping, but ours is at least standing, if not moving up. So that is the kind of a resilience we need to bring. We need to have an inclusive society, and that is what is the concept of Viksit Bharat is all about. And there are components of that. We need to empower economically. unless we become an economic power. You already hear about that we are currently a $3 billion economy. We have aims and ideas for making it 24 billion. It's a tough path. But this conference today, this meeting today should agitate your mind how we are going to achieve that. We need to develop our infrastructure, all the roads, all the highways, airlines and things. Everybody wants to move fast. But we cannot ignore the social angle. See, there is a huge difference in our life and well-being over there. We have different sections of society. Some are poor, some are middle, some are higher. We need to do that. But environmental sustainability, and one of the important criteria is now coming up on energy. All that energy which we are using, from fuel to whatever, is affecting the environment. You've talked about emissions, that the cars and pollution that we make. And therefore, we are now talking of two things.
Excuse me. Guys, this is a very, very important session. My humble request to all of you is please, we're going to finish in 30 minutes. Please be here. If you leave the room in between, the speaker get distracted. And believe me, this is something extraordinary, interesting topic for each one of us. सर ने अभी पूछा 1947 से पहले कि हम में से कौन है, तो मेरे ख्याल से प्रधान साहब हैं, और आज भी प्रधान साहब के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाएं। और आप इनका सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल है। इतने खूबसूरत दिखते हैं दोनों, देखिए आप, इतने हैंडसम हैं, इतने स्मार्ट हैं और इतने एक्टिव हैं। इस एज में भी आज 35 साल में सबके हाथ पांव फूल जाते हैं। इस एज के अंदर सर जो है इतने एक्टिवली काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है सर सस्टेनेबिलिटी कॉन्फ्रेंस का ये सबसे बड़ा एग्जांपल है।
Exactly, sir. Sir, I must first apologize. I got my mathematics wrong when I was trying to calculate their age. But there is another aspect of it, that they are so fit and active that my mind did not go back to say that these are 85 or 80 years or whatever years over there. So this is again, as you said, a very live example of sustainability. And if we need to go follow their footsteps, we will have to do a lot many things. Reaching the age of 80 or 90 or 100 is not easy. Only few of us can aspire for that. In fact, everyone should aspire for it and work for that. And that is the real sustainability in action. All my talks are partly theoretical as well, but I want to bring it over there, and we have two esteemed colleagues over here who have spent their lives on that. So this is what the components are, but there are many challenges on that. I mentioned to that economically we belong to different strata. By and large, we are from the middle income and upper middle over there, but there are disparities. The Viksit Bharat can come, well, all strata grow up on that. And there are gaps in infrastructure. The urban areas, those of who live in Delhi, they know what flyovers can make on that. And those who are not have a difficulty on that. So these are some of those investments which we need to do if we are talking of a Viksit Bharat, if we are doing to do on that. Okay, let me move further. On that. See, this is what I wanted to show this graph, that what happens if you don't do anything. There is a phrase in English, business as usual. अभी हम कुछ भी नहीं करेंगे तो क्या होगा? You can see that dark green line. Down the line we are going to grow. Nature is not going to get conserved. Nature capital is going to get lost and so on and so forth. But we need to move from this dark green line at the bottom to the lighter green at the top. ये change हमको लाने का है. और इस change को लाने के लिए हमको बहुत सारे प्रयास करने हैं जो यहाँ पे लिखे हुए हैं. गवर्नेंस को इम्प्रूव करना है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को इम्प्रूव करना है, प्रोटेक्शन को इम्प्रूव करना है. एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर, एग्रीकल्चर इज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग फॉर इंडिया, बट वी नीड इनोवेशंस ओवर देयर. आपने सुना होगा हमारी अलग अलग योजनाएं हैं. मोर क्रॉप पर ड्रॉप, एक एक पानी की बूंद इंपॉर्टेंट है. उस पानी की बूंद को कंजर्व करना है ताकि हम एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ा पाएं. सो lastly, I wanted to say that when we talk of environmental sustainability, we need to look at a few things. We need to bring a change in policy reforms. Okay? Many of our seniors, Pradhan Sahib spent all his life in talking about policy. How to improve that. How to take into account an integrated land use. I talked about sustainable agriculture. इस एग्रीकल्चर को भी हमको इम्प्रूव करना है, क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर को इम्प्रूव नहीं किया तो हमारी लाइफ और लाइवलीहुड दोनों अफेक्ट होंगी. और फॉरेस्ट और बायोडाइवर्सिटी और वाइल्ड लाइफ को हमको बचाना ही है. एंड आपने देखा होगा 5वां पॉइंट है वाटर रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट. आज भारत का प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम है जल जीवन. वो उनको पता है कि जब तक हम अपने सोर्सेस को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं करेंगे तब तक वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू मूव फर्दर ऑन दैट. वी नीड टू लुक एट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी. वी नीड टू एंगेज द कम्युनिटीज. सी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है आज, और हमें आपस में चर्चा वार्तालाप सब कुछ करना है, बढ़िया है. इस रूम में सब कुछ बढ़िया है, लेकिन हमको इस रूम के बाहर भी देखना है कि कैसे हम अपने जन समुदाय को, कैसे हम अपनी सहभागिता को बढ़ाएं. Education and awareness raising, you are already doing a lot, but we need to improve and add on to environmental education so that our people get sensitized, and of course collaborations will be required both nationally and internationally over there. So ultimately what is the goal? कि हमको नेचर के प्रति पॉजिटिव रहना है by 2030. We are already in 2024. In 6 years time we need to be कि नेचर से जो हम निकालते हैं या नेचर का जो दोहन करते हैं उस दोहन को हमें उसको रोकने का है. I think that is all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. We are grateful for the time and efforts you took to share your thoughts and experiences with us. Next, I invite guest of honor, Colonel B. Venkat, Registrar, Terry, SAS, to deliver this special address. Let's show our appreciation with applause as he takes the stage.
Respected dignitaries who are sitting on the dais, especially to the director of Bhavan, Leelavati Munshi College Education and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, and the chief guest and ma'am. And especially, how can I forget Neelam ma'am? I'm so sorry if I may not be able to take the name correctly, but personally coming and giving an invite is something which is so very appreciated. It is something, a culture which is set into our Indian tradition. I'm using this deliberately to emphasize on the word because you people have used the word, somewhere that we need to go back into our own roots to find the solution from our knowledge, culture and solutions. Everything exists within yourself. I'm Colonel Venkat. Presently I'm tenanting the appointment of Registrar, Terry SAS. It's a deemed university located in Vasant Kunj, New Delhi. And prior to this I was in the army for very long, 3 decades plus I have spent in the army to understand that this was the least of the concerns of the Indian army. Except the fact that we had the cleanest and the greenest of the cantonments. We never realized that we were contributing to the sustainability aspects that is kept green and clean with a very clear vision that you're supposed to be having a healthy living. But in case if suppose now that translates into having a sustainability, so I can proudly say that I have been connected with this subject for a very long time. And today where I am there, the TERISAT stands for the Energy Resource Institute. The whole concept of this higher educational, that is deemed university, came from the fact of sustainability. So there is something which needs to be done about this. And why are we talking about sustainability? First of all, anybody can define what is sustainability. Anybody. In case if I am not able to catch the attention of people, anybody can define what is sustainability, because there is no point sitting here and then listening, going back to your classes back and not understanding what is being spoken. In a layman's language, sustainability is what has gone, what is present, let's retain it. What is in the future, let's make sure that we make it better. That's a very layman's understanding and language of sustainability. And sustainability, very rightly brought by the chief guest, I think he covered each and every aspect. With every passing minute, we are making it that much more difficult for the times to come. We are making actually difficult for ourselves. My father still has jet black hair. And when I talk to him, why is he having so jet black hair and so thick hair? Now he has his own thought process. He has his own ideas. He speaks about his times. When I say that at my age I've started having certain strands of white in me and certain thinning out of the hairline also, though he again says something which Obviously, me and him do not correlate, we get into discussions, but yes, if I have to actually give credit to him, that was a generation which actually speaking sustained, and they never misused. I think somewhere we draw inspiration from the words which Sir did mention, that the present times we have misused certain resources to an extent that it is now on the verge of extinction. So we need to think about it. We need to go back as to where we are, and we need to be wondering as to what did happen. But like I said, please don't consider what has happened in the past. It's gone. We got a habit of crying. We got a habit of always keep thinking, pichle ne nahi kiya, and so why should I be the person? No, it doesn't happen like that. Take it upon yourself that every small step taken is a step which collectively counts in a big numbers, and we can always give it back to the society. It doesn't start collectively, it doesn't start with motivation, it doesn't start with words and talk, it has to come from within. Please go back into your own cultures, go back into your own traditions, speak to your family, speak to your elders, speak to someone who is still not come to the city form of life, speak to somebody who has still not understood that why we run after money, why we do what we are doing. Go back to villages. In case if you have certain connects there, you will understand that the people are still living a very simple life. Again, please do not see that I am speaking that even I have not seen all this, even I have not seen a village life proper to understand as to what is happening. But I can also appreciate that the happiness index doesn't come from what we are today. And everything in a sustainability aspect is related to happiness. I will ask a very simple query, just to make sure that sustainability starts from home. And I use the word happiness. Happiness is related to everything that can be provided around you. A father had 3 children. I have not come prepared. Neither I am giving any structured talk. But I understand what I am speaking, and I see that the audience is students, largely comprising of students, so they have to be taken into this talk in such a manner that you take it back. So I was saying a father had 3 children. He's from a village, so quite obviously, please don't count for his literacy. Let us go by the fact that he's semi-literate. And he had 17 camels. Now he has to divide these 17 camels into his 3 children. And he doesn't want any fight. He is very old. He doesn't want any fight. So he's already thinking about sustainability. That means he's thinking his family to be remaining cohesively together in a very happy state. So what does he do? He has 17 camels. He decided half of it will go to the eldest son, 1/3 will go to the second, and 1/9 will go to the third one. I hope I'm addressing the right kind of students. Little bit mathematics you can do, because I see to it that you people are from BBA, BCN. So maths is something which must be a basic, which must have gone through. So again, I will repeat. 17 camels, half goes to the eldest, 1/3 goes to the second, and 1/9 goes to the third one. Now all the 3 children start fighting. There's a big fight. This is an odd number, 17. How does it get divided? Big fight happens. Each one is cursing the father on illiteracy. This is what happens if you don't study. By the way, education is the most important. And the last slide coming from the chief guest was that we can only move forward on sustainability by educating. So please do not ever discount the literacy or education state of anybody. So here is the 3 children questioning their own father. Anybody with a solution? How the father came out with a solution? You know the answer already. Please do not then. Let it come from students. Any student who can do it. By the way, this is not my framed question. This is something which I also heard from one of the speakers. And I found it very well. Somebody was speaking. Anybody who has understood the question? Now I don't see anyone even coming forward. So I will let the gentleman who raised his hand give the answer.
Sir, actually divide category in extra.
Wonderful. Sit down, sir. Wonderful. So he has actually got the crux. So what happens is, but did you get what he said? Did you get what he said? There's a clapping. Well done. I can also share the clapping. But what he said was, there's a third person who was sitting with the father. who said, I will give one camel. So 17 becomes 18. Now divide by 2, half. 9 goes to the first one. 1/3, 18 1/3 is 6. 6 goes to the second one. 18 1/9 is 2. So 9 plus 6 plus 2 becomes how much? 17. That man takes back his 18th camel. So did you understand? So there comes your next point on this particular subject. If you have an innovative thought process, if you have knowledge which cannot be taught to you people, there is a solution to everything. And the solution which we are talking today happens to be primarily on account of sustainability. And it's a fact, in case if you people, and I will limit to my time. Be rest assured, I've been given 10 minutes. I will limit to my time of 10 minutes. In my watch, I still have 3.5 to 4 minutes more. If you people go back into Corona times, most of us were in Delhi. There was a WhatsApp messages circulating, and I was also privy to those WhatsApp messages. I was also reading it. Very funny, very humorous. I also take a laugh, and I also share with a lot of people. People from Delhi were watching Himalayas. You remember those WhatsApp messages? What clean, green air, absolutely everything was standstill, sitting at home, no pollution, nothing. And somebody put a WhatsApp that from Delhi, you can see the snow peaks of Himalayas. Remember that? That is what is sustainability. That time it was a fiction. It's a fiction. Nobody sees Himalayas from Delhi. No, don't even try to see. It will not. The moment you see up, you will only see pollution. But do you understand why it is happening? And Delhi is the worst affected. In the last 2 months, if you remember, prior to the rains, the temperature in Delhi was, good morning ma'am, Ranjana ma'am, good morning. If you recollect, their temperature was 51 degree. Do you remember these just about 2-3 months? I have never seen 51 degree in Delhi. In my service in the army, I have been in deserts. When you go to Bardmer, Bikaner sector, and when you are in a tank, that time the temperature touches 53, 54. But I've never seen 51 in Delhi. In my university, she is also there, Ranjana ma'am is also there, our complete central AC system collapsed. It just collapsed. And we don't have a solution. Now, don't you think that we ourselves are contributory to this particular factor? In spite of 51, the temperature, the system collapsing, we are still saying why the AC is not working. Rather than saying that the whole condition has happened because of central AC. I can see in this hall the number of split ACs. I'm also enjoying the cold weather. It's not that I'm not enjoying. I'm trying to say you people will not collapse because here you have a standalone ACs. There we had a central AC. Now the question comes is, as the registrar of the university, the whole onus comes on me. Everybody tells AC nahi chal raha, padhai nahi hoga. Everybody came outside, you know. I'm also standing outside. I'm also sweating. I'm also standing outside. But the question lies is why I am the person trying to educate to people. Why should I be the one to educate to people to say that AC has collapsed because the temperature outside is 51? It is because somewhere I am not a champion or I am not a leader for sustainability. I also understood sustainability when I joined this organization. But I've understood the fact that we need to be contributing together, each one of us. And this platform which you people are getting, thanks to the coordinators, thanks to the management, thanks to each and every faculty member who thought that this particular topic should be inbuilt and spoken to the students, I think it should raise some spark in you. All of you should go back and all of you should at least think one way, at least one way in which you can contribute and give it back. Even if you don't want to contribute and give it back, at least give a thought to it. Someone might get impressed, by your thought process. By the way, UGC also mandates, in case an AICT also mandates, in case if you're having a curriculum or courses being run on the mandate or UGC or AICT, you're supposed to be having environmental sustainability as a 1 credit or a 2 credit course as part of every program. So that is the importance which is being given towards this particular subject. Well done to the complete organizers, well done to the complete team and management to bring in this topic. Very reputed people are here, one of the very well-known and most academicians who are much, much better in the subject than what I can speak here, but I can only thank the management for inviting me and giving me a talk. And thanks for the sapling. I shall surely carry it with me and take it back to my university to showcase the people there that this kind of talk is actually speaking a reality today where people are thinking how to contribute and give it back to the nation and the country. Thank you, and best regards to each one of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful words that deepened our understanding of sustainability. Proceeding further, I wholeheartedly invite our guest of honor, Mr. Sanjeev Randev, CGM, Head HR, National Fertilizers Limited, for a special address. Please have a round of applause for him.
Mr. Ashok Pradhan and dignitaries on the stage, teachers, students of Bal Bhavan. I think the topic has been introduced very nicely by Dr. Datta and a presentation. We are sponsoring this event because National Fertilizer is already doing a lot of CSR on sustainability and in other areas, health, nutrition, water conservation, all these areas. We believe in one thing, that we are the trustee of the society, like K.M. Munshi ji was guided by Mahatma Gandhi ji, that business organizations are the trustees of the society. Whatever they are getting from the society, they should give back to the society. Here I like to start my topic with this, that we are trying to give back to the society, and all the organization, lot of public sector undertakings, there is plenty of money on CSR fund, and we are spending that money. But I fully agree that that is not sufficient. That is not bringing much results. We are satisfying ourselves as an organization that we are doing enough. That is good for my annual reports, good pictures on social media. But those efforts are not bringing much results. The reason is very, very simple. I'll take two words from this topic of the conference, the culture and the knowledge. These are the two parts. We started Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in Delhi, but the Delhi is not clean. The Yamuna is nearby. It has been around 20 years. I've been listening that Yamuna is going to clean. Because the culture is not for cleaning of Yamuna, just that. We are spending a lot of money. India has plenty of money for corporates with the government, but the culture is not there. Even when we are knowing that we are polluting Yamuna, we are crossing the Yamuna every day and cursing that people are polluting Yamuna. We are a part of that. Because we have not inculcated the culture. Government cannot do anything for sustainability, for anything else. Because Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, I gave you the example, we are contributing a lot, but the country is still not clean the way foreigners look at New Delhi or this country. So culture and imparting knowledge about that culture. I'll just compare two rivers here. One river is Satluj, where my plant is located in Punjab. Mr. Pradhan must be knowing that Satluj is immaculately clean. When you go there, you can drink the water as such from Satluj river, because there is a culture. Whosoever pollutes river, Punjab people, they beat him like anything. So the culture, and not to pollute, passing on to the generation, that is the knowledge. I think that will bring the solution. We have been doing such discussions a lot. मुझे ये लगता है कि हिंदी में ये बात देश में ज़्यादा अच्छी तरह से किया जाए, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को बताया जाए. We are making fertilizers, lot of chemical fertilizer we are distributing. Under the guidance of Prime Minister, we have PM Pranam scheme. उसमें क्या है कि organic fertilizers को किसानों तक पहुंचाया जाए. We are not after money. We are producing lot of organic fertilizers. But people are not into organic fertilizers. They are still want best of health using the chemical fertilizers. Chemical fertilizers की वजह से पंजाब में बटिंडा रीजन में कैंसर हो गया है सबको. तो वो वाटर पोल्यूट हो गया, नाइट्रेट्स वाटर में चले गए हैं, उससे कैंसर हो गया है. Still those entire region is using those chemical fertilizers. तो that way I believe कि हम प्रैक्टिस में जिसको कह रहे हैं वो बहुत फेक है, इसको बहुत ज़्यादा हम डिस्कस करते हैं. आई जस्ट सजेस्ट वन थिंग, जो काइजन प्रिंसिपल है, मैनेजमेंट पीपल मस्ट बी नोइंग वेरी वेल, छोटी छोटी हैबिट में अपना चेंज करें, उतना सा कंट्रीब्यूट ज़रूर करें. कंट्री में जो सारी चीज़ें हैं वो लीडरशिप भी नहीं दे सकती अगर लास्ट माइल तक जो पर्सन है वो उसका पार्ट ना बने। तो मेरा यही आप सब लोगों को संदेश है, द वे आई डू वेन एवर आई बाय न्यू क्लोथ्स, आई कंटिन्यू बाइंग न्यू क्लोथ्स, आई टेल यू, बिकॉज इकोनॉमी ऑल्सो ग्रो विद न्यू क्लोथ्स। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि आप कपड़े मत खरीदिए, पर वेन एवर आई बाय न्यू क्लोथ्स आई पास इट ऑन द वन सेट ऑफ टू सेट ऑफ क्लोथ्स टू द पीपल सेम डे। ये मेरे हैबिट है एक, कि मैं उसको पास ऑन करता हूँ, वो क्लोथ भी फ्रेश हो ताकि उसको कोई यूज़ करे। एक छोटी हैबिट, आई डोंट ड्राइव आफ्टर द ऑफिस आवर्स, आई वॉक टू द मार्केट, एवरीवेयर आई डू लाइक दैट। तो आप एक दो छोटे प्रिंसिपल्स, नॉट कि देश बदलने का तो मुझे लग रहा है कि काफ़ी समय से चर्चा चल रही है, आप एक दो छोटे प्रिंसिपल्स को, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वेस्ट टू द यंगर जनरेशन्स, आप ईयरबड्स रेगुलरली खरीदते हैं, उसको अलमारी में मत रखिए, उसको पास ऑन करें। Those who don't have, let them experience once, कि उनके पास भी कुछ ना कुछ है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वेस्ट मुझे लग रहा है सबसे बड़ा आजकल का चैलेंज है देन द अदर वेस्ट। तो ये मेरे छोटे छोटे हैं कि आप अपना बदलाव करें, सस्टेनेबिलिटी को पार्ट ऑफ कल्चर बनाएं और इसकी नॉलेज शेयरिंग करें। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Madam, just 15 seconds. To the dear audience, I want to tell you that sir was talking about responsible organization. So what I want to state here is National Fertilizers Limited is one of the most responsible organization I have come across. I go to so many corporates to train people. They are India's largest chemical fertilizer manufacturing company of the country. And they say people don't use chemical fertilizer, use organic fertilizer. I believe जो आदमी खुद माल बनाता हो कहता है इसको नहीं, आप दूसरा लीजिए। And National Fertilizer Limited is very keen and developing so many products that they are coming into organic. So I believe all the younger generation need to understand कि पैसा बनाना लाइफ के लिए इम्पॉर्टेंट है, बट मुझे लगता है मदर अर्थ को प्रोटेक्ट करना, एयर पॉल्यूशन, वाटर पॉल्यूशन को प्रोटेक्ट करना उतना ही इक्वल है। इट्स सो ईजी टू मेक नॉइज, but I feel it's so important that we must adopt small steps so that we can make a better life. ये कैंपस ही है, मुझे लगता है जितने बच्चे यहाँ बैठे हैं आप सबको अपने हाथ से प्लांट लगाने चाहिए, आपको उसको नर्चर करना चाहिए। At my schools, ma'am, I want to say that at my schools at Goenka Public School, every child plant 2 trees. And by the time they come out of the school and colleges, they nurture those trees. अरे आज पानी नहीं दिया, आज अच्छा नहीं हुआ। I also want to tell you कि मेरे स्कूल कैंटीन्स के अंदर एक बच्चा एक दाना भी नहीं झूठा छोड़ता है। यू विल बी वेरी सरप्राइज्ड टू नो, मेरी कोई लड़की कैंटीन में ये नहीं कहती मैं भिंडी नहीं खाऊंगी, मैं गोभी नहीं खाऊंगी, मैं दूध नहीं पीऊंगी, मैं दही नहीं पीऊंगी। वाई? बिकॉज स्टार्टिंग से आप उनको एजुकेट करना पड़ता है। और जब बच्चे खुद अपने हाथ से सब्जी उगाएंगे, अपने हाथ से फार्मिंग करेंगे, तो वो रोज देखते हैं। छोटा बच्चा कहता है मम्मी आज भिंडी तोड़ लूँ, मम्मी आज मैं ऐसा कर लूँ। तो मुझे लगता है सीइंग इज बिलीविंग, एंड दैट्स द काइंड ऑफ कल्चर I personally want to get adopted at Bharati Vidya Bhavan, so that each one of us become responsible and we contribute to the society. That's what my next target under the leadership of Pradhan Saab, and we make a better world. Because we need to lead by examples. आज सेंट्रल दिल्ली के अंदर आपका एड्रेस 110001 है, वी आर नंबर 1। मैं दिल्ली में आप सेंट्रली लोकेटेड हैं, वहाँ पे 7 एकड़ आपके पास कैंपस है। कैन यू इमेजिन what kind of contribution we all can make it to the society. So thank you very much, Randeva sir. You have been inspired, और मैं तो इनको वैसे भी ऋषि कपूर मानता हूँ। जब भी देखता हूँ हंसते हुए, स्माइल करते हुए हर समय रहते हैं। Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights and blessings with us. We are truly honored to have you here. As we conclude the wonderful inaugural session, I now invite Dr. Ishika Chopra, Assistant Professor, BBBC, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please join me in thanking her for her concluding remarks with a round of applause.
Namaskar, distinguished chief guest, esteemed guests of honor, respected speakers, delegates and valued participants. It's both an honor and a privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the close of this inaugural session of one-day conference, Weaving a Sustainable World, Integrating Knowledge, Cultures and Solutions. Today, we have embarked on a journey to explore how diverse knowledge system, cultural practices and innovative solutions can converge to shape a sustainable and equitable future. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Binod M. Mathur, for your inspiring keynote address. Sir, your deep insights into sustainability and biodiversity conservation, drawn from years of distinguished service, have provided us with a much needed perspective on how the principles of sustainability must permeate all aspects of governance, policy, and education. We are truly grateful for your presence and your invaluable contribution. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Colonel B. Venkat, for your thought-provoking address. Sir, your reflections on sustainability in the context of higher education have illuminated the path forward, emphasizing the critical need for integrating the sustainable practices into academic curricula. Your insights inspire us to cultivate a generation of leaders equipped to tackle the pressing challenges of our time. A special thank is due to our sponsors, National Fertilizers Limited. A special mention to Mr. Sanjeev Randevji for your unwavering support and invaluable insights into corporate responsibility in fostering a greener future. Sir, your contributions, both financial and intellectual, have underscored the vital role that industry can play in driving sustainability. We deeply appreciate your commitment to our shared vision of a more sustainable and equitable world. Thank you for recognizing the significance of this conference and for playing a crucial role in making it a reality. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Shankar Goenka for gracing this occasion. Sir, your presence adds immense value to our conference, inspiring us with your commitment to personal and professional growth. Our sincere thanks to Sri Ashok Pradhan, Director, Vidya Bhavan, for your gracious welcome address. Your vision for intertwining cultural heritage and contemporary sustainability efforts is both profound and timely. I would also like to extend our deepest appreciation to our Dean Academics, Dr. Gitika Datta, along with the conference conveners, Dr. Shalini Gupta and Dr. Namrata Singh, for spearheading the organization of this significant event. Your leadership and commitment to promote the sustainability within the education and academic discourse are evident in every aspect of this conference. Thank you for your dedication to this critical cause. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the distinguished guests, all the participants, educators, industry experts who have joined us today from across various disciplines. Thank you for your presence and active engagement. Your commitment to contributing this crucial discussion is truly commendable. Together, we are laying the groundwork for future collaborations that will push the boundaries of sustainability beyond the confines of academia and in the actionable solution for our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Through the course of this conference, we have explored pathways that integrate knowledge, culture, and sustainable practices. Together, we can weave a future that is not only prosperous but also in harmony with the natural world. We are also excited to inform you that the posters for today's conference have been displayed in the hallway for everyone to view. Poster presenters are kindly to request to stand next to their work and engage with the audience. Thank you all for joining us today. I also request our esteemed guests to move to room number 101, Mittal Southern, first floor, for a refreshing tea break. Participants, please proceed to your respective venues after the short tea break, as the technical session will begin promptly at around after 25 minutes. Further details are in your folders. You're also kindly to request to fill out the Google feedback form already shared in your respective groups. Thank you, stay safe, keep growing, and happy learning.
To study the pattern and importance of movement of migratory birds, to study the trend of shift of birds because of the climate change and deforestation, to study the effect of concretization, basically the case study of Okhla bird sanctuary, and to intermingle Indian version with the modern sustainable development. My study area would be Okhla Bird Sanctuary, that is situated in Noida over the Okhla Barrage. The data source and methodology, all the factual data is taken from the secondary sources, while I have tried to inculcate an in-depth interview for the primary data. Okay, so moving ahead, the topic has been taken from the recently held Conference of Parties 28, which was held in 2023 in Dubai, which was the main agenda of COP28 was climate change having devastating impacts on the migratory birds. Moving ahead, I have given a brief overview of how the pattern of movement of these migratory birds takes place. The route through which they move is known as the flyway. There are basically two types of birds. First is the migratory and second is the non-migratory. The migratory birds are the one that move because of seasonal changes, and the non-migratory birds move because of various other climatic changes or human factors. Now, India is a part of the Central Asian Flyway, which includes 29 other countries also. The movement of migratory birds is extremely important because obviously it controls the pest. It gives minerals. The eggshells give minerals. The guano acts as a natural fertilizer, and most importantly, it increases the scenic beauty of any place. The next is basically the major areas that receive migratory birds in India, and I have taken Okla Bird Sanctuary for my case study. Now, so the next is again a case study of the black stock exhaustion, which includes all these factors as to why the black stock is exhausted. It moves towards the Sahara Desert, however, it does not have a resting point in between because of the sudden climatic population. About 40% of migratory bird species are facing declines, and as many as 212 species are declared as a part of the primary data survey. And the Okla Bird Sanctuary is spread over in an area of 3.5 kilometers, situated above the Okla Barrage in Gautam Budh Nagar district of Noida. A total of, you can clearly see in the picture that just like in front of the Okla Bird Sanctuary, we have the supernova, the next is the flyover, and on the left side we have the water park which is situated there, and the metro station. Now, moving ahead with the case study, the most important factor that I have taken here is the construction of Supernova and the Omax capital city. It was kept on hold because of the protest by bird activists. However, it has resumed. And the main thing is the distance between these two areas is merely 1.452 kilometers, which is not by road. It is the aerial distance between the two. The basic material used in constructing Supertech Supernova is glass, and glass is extremely harmful for the birds because of reflection of light. They are prone to collision injuries. Not just that, it also creates construction pollution, which is again harmful for both humans as well as birds. The next is the Atlantic water world. It does not actually directly impact the birds. However, the chlorine infected water, when it is released into the canal of Yamuna river, it does affect the ecology, ultimately harming the migratory and the residential birds that are present there. The distance between the two is merely 0.331 kilometers. The next is the Okla Bird Sanctuary metro station, which is at a distance of 1.307 kilometers. In an article by Times of India, it clearly said that the metro is too close to the bird sanctuary. Certain RTI activists as well as bird activists have mentioned the fact that there should be a minimum distance of 10 kilometers between the habituation of the birds and the humanization factors. The other harmful impacts include the electrocution of birds, the collision injuries, and the extreme exposure to electromagnetic fields. The next is the Greater Noida Expressway or the Mahamaya Flyover, which is one of the most traffic-oriented places in the entire capital city. And although it is a little far away, but still it's very close. And the road actually passes the bird sanctuary with a very less distance in between. And highway construction does add to a significant number of hurdles in their movement, which includes traffic noises, avian photo taxis, power line risk, habitat destruction, chemical pollution, food scarcity, noise and light pollution. Now, coming back from the case study, I've taken Indian darshan, or rather philosophy, to explain how we can solve the problem of migratory birds through this approach. I've taken the example of Western philosophy, which talks about animal ethics and their direct moral status. It says that anything that has sentience in it should be given equal rights, not just human but also animals and nature. The next is Jeff Sebo. He said that animal welfare is extremely important. The next is virtue ethics. Virtue ethics is basically for humans because according to it, anyone who is just should be anyone who is virtuous should be just enough to give equal respect to all the aspects of the environment and the nature. The next is Spinoza's God and Nature. Spinoza has given equal status to God and to nature. So basically, nature should be prayed as God is prayed for. The next is the Bharatiya Darshan. It roots deep in the Indus Valley civilization, where it was believed that our ancestors could return in animal form, and hence all these ethical theories or other religions highly respect the idea of animals. Now, next is Buddhism. Buddhism focuses on compassion and ahimsa, which is non-violence, karma and reincarnation of their ancestors, and the five precepts. The first one being the noble truth. The noble truth says that there should be no harm to anything that is present on earth. Now I have also given the example of Ashoka, of how he left non-violence and the dietary practice that are being followed in Buddhism. The next is Hinduism and Jainism, which is quite similar to the idea of Buddhism. Hinduism also focuses on non-violence, reincarnation, karma, devotion to the god of all creatures, and vegetarianism. Jainism also focuses on the fact that Jeev and Ajeev both are equal, the karma and transmigration, ahimsa or the non-violence, animism and sacredness of all life, along with the dietary practices which include a diet free of any meat or anything, which ultimately focuses on the fact that there should be no kind of violence on any living being that is present here. The conclusion of the entire paper is that Okhla bird sanctuary is one of the many cases where humans have shown possibilistic approach towards the environment. However, again there are many more examples. The only solution to this problem is moving in the paths of neo-determinism, where Darshan Shastra or Indian philosophy or other philosophy has been focused upon. Jainism, Buddhism, Hinduism, all of them focus on extreme non-violence towards all living beings, including humans, plants, and even microorganisms. The last thing is modern sustainable development with respect to philosophy. Ethical consumption should be done. Conservation effects should be made, as I've told how. The mindful resource use, which ultimately is the sustainability factor, and the education and awareness. The last slide are certain references that I took. It's the next slide. That I took for my entire paper, and thank you. How many questions? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bhavya and Mr. Shubham. We really are inspired by your paper. The second presentation of today is another team having Ms. Anshika Agarwal and Ms. Akriti Rao, students of IP College, Delhi University, and again Mr. Shubham Kumar Sanu, Assistant Professor, IP College for Women, University of Delhi, presenting their paper on Sustainable Cities and Communities, a case study of Indore.
Good afternoon, respected panelists and all the people present here. I am Akriti Rao.
And I am Anshika Agrawal. We are from Indraprastha College for Women, Delhi University, pursuing Geography Honours, currently in second year of UG.
Today we are going to present our paper on the topic Sustainable Cities and Communities, a case study of Indore. Coming on to the introduction, that why we chose this topic. So, as we all know, the whole world is moving towards urbanization. In this regard, the concept of sustainable cities and smart communities has emerged as a crucial framework to address the challenges that the cities face today, such as the population density, resource management, and environmental degradation. In this context, it is very necessary to study the largest and the most populous city of Madhya Pradesh, that is Indore, which has developed itself into one of the sustainable city of India. Coming on to the objectives. The objectives of our paper are: First is assess the effectiveness of sustainable city initiatives. Second is analyze the role of local government and communities in building a sustainable city. And third is assess the role of technology in making a sustainable city. So the literature review of our papers, so we have taken these papers into our account while writing our paper. So, some of them being Smart City as a Way of Life in Modern Times, a case study of Indore which is done by Prana Krishna Mukherjee. And the second is Smart Sustainable Cities which is done by Shalini Singhal and Saurabh Jain, etc. Our study area for the paper is Indore, which is located in the western part of Madhya Pradesh. And in 2023, it was regarded as it was honored as the cleanest city of India for the 7th consecutive year. So the has been used in the secondary data sources have been used while doing this research paper, and the data has been collected from two government websites that are, first is Indore Municipal Corporation and second is United Nations Center for Regional Development. Coming on to the methodology, the data is collected from these two government websites, and these data have been analyzed and interpreted properly and carefully while writing this research paper. So coming on to the first objective of our paper, assess the effectiveness of sustainable city initiatives. So, as we all know, Indore has done a commendable job in the field of sustainable development, particularly making significant development in two spheres that are waste management and the second is green energy development. So before 2016, Indore significantly faced the problem of waste segregation, because this was due to the lack of proper waste disposal facilities as well as the lack of awareness among the communities. But things changed in 2016 as the Indore Municipal Corporation decided to establish proper waste disposal facilities, as well as it launched local community awareness programs to educate the local communities about the importance of waste management. Garbage trucks were also introduced to collect waste from the houses of the people. For the purpose of green belt development, Indore Municipal Corporation launched two projects. The first is Project Ahilya 1. According to this project, the Indore Municipal Corporation tried to convert 400 patches of land from 85 wards of Indore to be converted into city forests. And the second is Project Garden Development. In this project, the Municipal Corporation of Indore is developing 100 undeveloped gardens in a properly organized park for citizens. This will ensure increase in biodiversity as well as reduce the risk of urban heat zones. Indore has banned single-use plastic, and it also focuses on the concept of circular economy. Now I will hand over to Anshika.
Now, moving to our second objective is role of local government and communities. As we all know, people are the wealth of our nation. We often regard as people as asset of our nation. So, if local communities and government both do efforts in terms of sustainable city development, then it will lead to a very successful development in case of Indore. Talking about government policies and regulations which are fundamental in establishing an environment which is conducive to sustainable development. For example, including carbon price mechanism. Carbon price mechanism is a term which is used to give a price tag to the products or to the services which are emission greenhouse gases. This concept is not implemented in India explicitly, but implicitly that is used. Currently, this is a concept of Western countries' carbon price mechanism, but we can also take example from it to make city more sustainable. Talking about financial incentives and subsidies from governments plays a very powerful tool to encourage business to embrace sustainable practices. For example, governments can give tax breaks for renewable projects and subsidies for energy efficient technologies which support green development and sustainable solutions.
Communities are central to the success of sustainability efforts. Government can play a very important role by engaging citizens through awareness campaigns, educational initiatives, and programs that encourage local environmental action. When the resources of both public and private sector comes together, they can greatly speed up the process of developing and implementing sustainable actions. Talking about the renewable projects, PPPs, that is public private partnership, can not only provide the funding but also ensure these projects are built to last. A sustainable future would not happen by chance. It requires teamwork and shared responsibility. So it is necessary that collective efforts of both government and local communities should take place. Moving our third objective is assess the role of technology. As we all know, this is the era of technology where innovation and invention play a very crucial role. In case of Indore, technology is playing a pivotal role in Indore's shift to becoming a sustainable city by upgrading infrastructure, optimizing resource use, and encouraging public involvement. In accordance with the pace of urban development, Indore Smart City has established an ICCC, which stands for Integrated Command Control Center System. Basically, it is a collaborative platform in which all the services of municipal services receive real-time data. This unique ICCC project is considered to be the brain of city governance, traffic management, and disaster management. ICC used for services ranging from waste management, disaster management, and traffic congestion. It uses software to collect data like GIS and remote sensing. The existence of a single digital platform enables citizens to make complaints, suggestions, and promote awareness of different initiatives. Other technology sources which play a very important role are social media and mobile applications, which foster communication between the government and citizens, allowing for collaborative efforts in sustainability initiatives. And educational platform based program has raised awareness about several sustainable practices and encourage community participation. To conclude our topic, through innovative waste management practice, effective public transportation system, and inclusive community management, Indore has made significant strides toward becoming a model of sustainable city. As cities worldwide face increasing pressure from rapid urbanization, the insights gleaned from Indore experience serve a valuable blueprint for us. States from different states can take example of Indore to make themselves a sustainable city. Thank you so much. These are the references which we take it, ma'am, from different sites. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anshika, Ms. Akriti, and Mr. Shubham for the great presentation on such a significant topic. I would like to kindly remind all the presenters present here to try to keep their presentations for 10 minutes only. Thank you. Then next up we have is Ms. Mamuna, Faculty, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, GGS IPU, presenting her paper on Unveiling Systemic Disruptions, Feminist and Eco-Feminist Insights from the God of Small Things for Sustainable Living.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Memuna, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College. Feels honored to present my paper titled Unveiling Systemic Disruptions, Feminist and Eco-Feminist Insights from the God of Small Things for Sustainable Living. I'm really sorry for that. No,
Yeah. So before starting and delving into my PPT, I would want to discuss the concept of ecofeminism. Now, ecofeminism is a philosophical and social movement that combines ecological concerns with feminist perspectives. It examines the connections between the oppressions of women and the exploitation of the environment, arguing that both are rooted in patriarchal structures. Ecofeminists advocate for sustainable practices, social justice, and the recognition of the intrinsic value of nature, emphasizing the need for an ethical approach that respects both women's rights and environmental integrity. So, as the slide says, feminism advocates for gender equality, as we all know, and the challenges that have been posited by patriarchal structures. While ecofeminism connects ecological concerns with feminist principles, emphasizing the interdependence of both woman and nature. This perspective critiques the exploitation of both women and environment, arguing that societal hierarchies contribute to ecological degradation. By understanding these definitions, we can explore how literature, such as The God of Small Things, reflects and critiques these systemic disruptions for sustainable living. Now, before starting and delving into the intricacies, I would want to give you a capsule summary for the novel that I've taken. So, The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy is a poignant novel set in Kerala exploring themes of love, loss, and social injustice. The story unfolds through the eyes of fraternal twins Rahel and Estha as it shifts between their childhood in 1969 and their adult lives. Central to the narrative is the impact of societal norms, particularly concerning caste and gender, which shape the tragic events of their family. The novel intricately weaves personal and political histories, highlighting how small things in life can have profound consequences. Now, the major So, the main key feature of ecofeminism stands with interconnection of social issues. Now, what does that mean? Now, ecofeminism highlights the link between the oppression of women and the environmental degradation, asserting that both stem from patriarchal systems A, and second, the novel highlights the oppressive social structures in Kerala, where the personal lives of the characters are deeply intertwined with the environment. For instance, the river and the lush landscapes are not just settings, but active participants in the characters' stories, symbolizing the interconnectedness of ecological and social oppression. Also, the novel illustrates the interconnections between personal and political realms, showing how individual experiences are shaped by broader social issues. This aligns with ecofeminist perspectives that emphasize the links between gender, environment, and justice. Now, the core concept of systemic disruptions emphasizes the interconnectedness of social, environmental, and economic systems. Now, the feminist and ecofeminist frameworks highlight how patriarchal structures exacerbate ecological crisis, advocating for a holistic understanding that integrates gender equity with environmental sustainability for effective solutions. Coming to the power dynamics, this highlights, like if you see, by examining these frameworks like such novels, we can uncover how literature serves as a tool for challenging oppressive systems and promoting sustainable living practices. With that, I would want to cater your attention on the fact that how the novel also challenges binary oppositions such as nature, culture, and male and female attributions, advocating for a more integrated view of existence. The narrative challenges binary oppressions, particularly through the relationship between the characters and how the dynamic changes and flourish. And also the use of this particular narrative we talk about, it illuminates the intersections of gender and environmental issues, wherein it provides critical insight into how narrative can shape public consciousness and inspire activism for sustainable living. And the use of narrative techniques whatsoever been employed in the novel, these techniques not only highlight the struggle faced by women and nature, but also encourage the readers to engage with the complexities of these issues, fostering a deeper understanding of the need for systemic change. Coming to the narrative structure and the context, the novel employs a non-linear narrative that intertwines personal and political histories, reflecting the complexities of caste, gender, and environmental issues. The structure enhances the thematic depth and invites readers to engage with systemic disruptions. Also, coming to our major concern, our major topic, that is sustainability. With that, I want to discuss that if we talk about sustainable practices, it supports sustainable living and practices that protect ecosystem, promoting a balance between human needs and environmental health. That is a basic hotshot definition that we know for sustainable practices. If you look at the novel, you will see the story depicts a world where industrialization and economic development threaten traditional ways of life. The contrast between the natural beauty of Kerala and the destructive forces of modernization serves as a critique of unsustainable practices that exploit both land and marginalized people. It also talks about the impact it creates on patriarchy. It talks about the impact of patriarchy on environment health. If we see the patriarchal system often prioritizes economic gain over ecological sustainability, leading to environmental degradation. This exploitation reflects a broader societal disregard for both women's rights and ecological health. Like you see in the novel where there's this intertwining of gender oppression and environmental harm that underscores the urgent need for a holistic approach. The novel also critiques the cultural practices that perpetuate inequality, particularly through its portrayal of women experiences. By showcasing resistance against oppressive structure, it advocates for a more equitable society, aligning with feminist and eco-feminist ideals for sustainable living. Coming forward with the social justice matrix, you see ecofeminism intersects with other social justice movements as well, emphasizing the importance of addressing race, class, and colonialism alongside environmental issues. The novel intertwines the theme of gender, caste, and class oppression, illustrating how these systems perpetuate violence against both women and environment. Also, once we're talking about the activism and advocacy, now, with that, I want to highlight that how these two things, how nature and gender are interdependent. The relationship between nature and gender in the novel illustrates how the exploitation of environment parallels the oppression of women, emphasizing that sustainable living requires recognizing and addressing these interconnected injustices to foster a more equitable and ecological sound society. Also, it talks about the matrix of activism, wherein ecofeminists engage in activism to promote policies that protect the environment and advocate for women's rights, often working in grassroots movements like Chipko movement. While the novel does not present direct activism, it critiques the social and political structures that perpetuate oppression. The character's struggle can be seen as act as resistance against these systems, reflecting ecofeminist advocacy for social change and environmental justice. Now, I want to highlight the environmental activism factors with which we're going to discuss that how it paves and gives the future directions for research and activism. Yeah. So now if we talk about like the future research, how we can take that forward. So it focuses on the interdisciplinary approaches that combine feminist theory, ecofeminism, and environmental science to develop comprehensive strategies for addressing systemic disruptions in sustainable living practices. Second, community engagement and activism. Activism must prioritize grassroots movement that empower marginalized communities, fostering collaboration between feminist and eco-feminist organizations to create inclusive platforms for advocacy and sustainable development. Policy advocacy for gender and ecology. That there is a critical need for policy advocacy that integrates gender equity into environmental legislation, ensuring that women voices are central in decision making processes related to ecological sustainability and social justice. If we see that how it also provides multiple derivatives or measures for sustainable living. Okay, I'll compile. So it talks about the measure, like I'm going to go back to where I started, the interconnectedness of social issues. The narrative emphasizes the ecological issues cannot be separated from social justice concerns, urging the readers to recognize that sustainable living requires addressing inequalities related to all the sectors, be it caste, class and gender. And also through these advocacy measures, the novel promotes a vision of sustainable living that is deeply rooted in social justice, community and respect for the environment. By portraying the struggles of marginalized characters, she calls for collective consciousness. Environment, collective consciousness that acknowledges the intertwined fates of people and nature. Now, the vivid depiction of Kerala's environment highlights the need for ecological awareness. Also, the author advocates for sustainable practices that honor the land, urging readers to consider the consequences of exploitation on both ecosystem and human lives. The novel suggests that real change requires radical rethinking of societal structures by challenging patriarchal norms and economic exploitation. And the paper advocates for a re-evaluation of traditional practices and societal norms, emphasizing the importance of integrating feminist and ecological principles into advocacy for sustainable development and living. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Memuna, for your valuable paper presentation. The next team we have is Ms. Priya and Ms. Kashvi Kaushik, faculty of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, GGSIPU, presenting their paper on horticulture as a pathway to sustainable development.
A very warm afternoon to one and all present here. I, Priya, Assistant Professor at Department of Economics, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, are hereby presenting our paper titled Horticulture as a Pathway to Sustainable Development on the behalf of my colleague Kashvi, Varsha and Renu. Now, starting with the horticulture, horticulture refers to the cultivation, propagation and management of the fruits, vegetable plants and ornamental plants. While the sustainable development refers to how we are going to meet the need of the future generation without compromising the needs of the present generation. So the objective of our paper is to show you that how can horticulture be the mean to achieve that sustainability. Talking about the horticulture in India particularly, horticulture contribute around 33% of the agriculture gross value added. That agriculture which provide directly and indirectly the 60 to the 70% of the population livelihood. Given that fact that we can actually affect that population through the horticulture, there is also a positive factor related to the horticulture, the productivity of the horticulture. So the productivity of the horticulture, if we compare it to the productivity of the food grain, is 12.49 ton per hectare against the 2.23 ton. So given this fact, it is very important to study that how horticulture can be the pathway for the sustainable development. So here is a paper by Jankin and Verso 2018. In this paper, they talk about the SDG goals which are directly related with the horticulture. So these goals are, this is shown in the table. Goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13 and 15. And along with this, given a figure which talk about the horticulture for sustainable development concept. So in this, it is they have discussed that how every SDG goals will have the effect on some economic and non-economic variable. For example, SDG 1 will affect the health, SDG 2 will affect the wealth, SDG 3, 4 will affect the employment, 5 market opportunity, 8, 9 and 11 women empowerment, and 12 will have a spatial challenges. So talking about the previous studies, there are a lot of studies which talk about that how horticulture have a positive impact, not in terms of the health and employment and reducing the poverty. So we're just going to discuss a few of the references that we use for this paper. The first, we already talked about the concept of the horticulture for sustainable development in this paper, contribution to the horticulture to the sustainable development. Then there is a paper by Paul and Paul who talk about the rural women, how rural women have the indigenous knowledge of the food processing, and through that we can ensure the food and the nutrition security as well as the development of the women. Then next is the paper by the Parinda and others, which just talk about the Indian economy, that just by focusing on the judicial use of the resources, we can increase the yield, we can increase the employment, we can also increase our export, and as well as we can increase other nutritional needs. Next paper by Prashant Bakshi and others talk about the climate change threat. And she said that horticulture, if you have to deal with the maintaining the quality in wake of the climate change, we can take the help of the technology. And in particular in the technology, there is a paper in 2015 which talk about the use of the energy solution, robot, etc. and say that if we use that in the correct amount, we can actually increase the horticulture productivity. And in technology, there is a one paper on specific technology, nanotechnology, which find out that there is some uniqueness in the nanotechnology which can make it a reality, which we always talk about, the sustainable horticulture through the better germination, better nutrition, better pesticide delivery, as well as the better post-harvest self-life. Then the paper by Subramaniam and others, it is a very recent paper, and with the advent of the AI and other technology, they have talked about that using the Internet of Things in the agriculture can solve a lot of climate change problems, especially to the agriculture. How? By mitigating the crop loss, by better utilizing the resources, and therefore will increase the farmer income as well as ensuring the food security. Dr. Nidhi Sharma and other in their paper talk about the destroying soil health and the water health, and for that they talk about the grower need to be aware about this fact, as well as need to be educated about the sustainable practices that they can adopt to deal with this problem. The paper on the diversification to horticulture talk about that in India, if we just focus on the diversification, with the help of the IT, we can secure the food security for the future generation. Then the next paper by Boris and Boris talk about the India and how just understanding what are the nutrients in the market and adopting the technology accordingly, India can create the new jobs as well as can increase our Indian GDP. The last paper for the literature review is by Singh and Malhotra, and it's talk about the horticulture potential can be achieved by the integrated approach, so we can increase the efficiency and hence it will increase the profitability of the horticulture. The research methodology that we have used for this paper is the qualitative research, in which we do the in-depth understanding of the economic and the non-economic factor which is interconnected with the horticulture. In order to have the sustainable development, we have used the secondary sources which are mainly the academic journal, government reports, thesis, dissertation and online database. So our research finding is about the economic benefit. We have provided 4 major economic benefits. First is the income generation. So I have talked in the introduction that in India, according to the latest survey, Economic Survey 2023, 45% of the Indian workforce is employed in the agriculture and allied activity, which contribute around 18.5%. So if we focus or we invest on these 45% of the population through the horticulture, which provide around 30% to the agriculture, we will definitely increase the income of these people. The next is the improvement in the standard of living. As there will be an increase in the income, will be spent on the education, health, and hence their standard of living will definitely improve. The third is the employment generation. So there is one finding which talk about that horticulture is a labor intensive sector. So on an average, 1 hectare of fruit production generates 860 man days per annum against the 143 man days on the cereal crops. So taking the today's scenario where there is a change in the taste and preferences of the consumer, we can generate more jobs just focusing on the horticulture, on the production of the horticulture. Last is the export opportunities. So there is a growing market in the developed countries as well as in the developing countries, and horticulture approximately amount 37% of this agriculture community, and there is a trend of increasing export over the few years in India according to the ICAR, and it's just going to increase. So we have a lot of export opportunity in that sense. So these are the major 4 economic benefits. Now coming to the non-economic benefit. Apart from the economic, there is a benefit related to the health and nutrition. We all know that fruits and vegetables contain certain vitamins and minerals and antioxidants which will increase our problem of malnutrition in India, and as well as in reducing the communicable and non-communicable disease, for example, cancer, blood sugar, etc. The second is the mental and emotional well-being. Horticulture in many countries is a hobby of people, and through the many research, it is proved that spending some time with the nature can improve the mental health. So this is the second non-economic benefit. Third is the biodiversity conservation. Here we're talking about the local natural habitats, just focusing or investing on the local wildlife conservation, or just preserving those plants which are native. We will conserve our biodiversity, and hence this is also one of the major non-economic benefits. The last is environmental quality. Environment itself have a very aesthetic value. So it's an aesthetic value, and giving the increased demand or increased improvement of the environment. Okay, I will write. Okay, next is the obstacle in the horticulture. So the first is the limited access to the modern technology in terms of, it's very true for the small farmers. Second is the small land holding and fragmentation. Around 80% of the farmer in India have less than 2 hectares of the land. And third is we have supply chain, infrastructure deficit, market accessibility and price volatility, policy and institutional challenges, pest and disease management. Then this is the graph which show that how increasing the temperature will result in the 15 to 20% fuel loss, and the irrigation areas in India, if we talk about, is still 40%. Post-harvest loss is around 80 to 20%. These are the major obstacles. And the last, we are recommending some suggestions for the academicians and the researchers. First is the diversification. Second is the technology. Third is innovative horticulture approaches. Fourth is infrastructure investment. Fifth is research and development. Sixth is proper market linkage. And seventh is proactive policy. By integrating this recommendation, we can fulfill our goal for the sustainable development as fast as we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Priya and Ms. Kashvi, for your amazing presentation. The last presentation for today is by Ms. Shreya Agarwal, Faculty, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, GGS IPU, presenting the paper on unlocking green finance in India, exploring opportunities, barriers, and different areas of collaboration between fintech and sustainable finance.
Okay, so good afternoon everyone. My name is Shreya Agarwal and today I'll be presenting on a topic of unlocking green finance in India, exploring opportunities, barriers and different area of collaboration between fintech and sustainable finance. So talking about my topic, as we can see, global economic growth inevitably highlights the widespread concern about its detrimental effect on the environment. And especially with the case of India, it is an emerging economy. We see that it is the fifth largest economy in nominal terms and third largest economy in PPP terms, that is purchasing power parity. So it is very important to look at the effects of this environmental growth on the environment. So as we can see on the slide, these are the major concerns around the economic development. So you can see India ranks fourth globally in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. India suffered the most economic damage in terms of, if we talk about value and in terms of fatalities, we can see as per the data of 2019, 2267 fatalities. Then the documented financial impact on the business is in USD dollars, it is $65 billion. So yeah, these are the major concern. Talking about the importance of my topic, so there has been long efforts in the global level as well. We can see in Paris Agreement 2015, one of the goal of the Paris Agreement is to enhance the finance towards the environmental protection. Okay. So as we can see, according to the India's nationally determined contribution, which every nation submit during the Paris Agreement meet, we can see that India has to spend $2.5 trillion more in 2015 prices than the baseline annual consumption between 2015 and 30. So we can see the requirement in value terms. For this, we need to raise the funds, and for investing in renewable energy and the environment energy efficient projects, we need to raise the funds. So talking about the topic, that is green finance. So yeah, so there are two terms, green finance and sustainable finance. Sustainable finance is a broader term which includes the ESG, that is environmental, social and governance aspects of the economic activity, and green finance is a subset of it which focuses only on the environmental aspect of the economic activity. So we'll be focusing on green finance. Okay, talking about the objectives of the study. So the objectives is to study the current landscape of green finance in the light of achieving Agenda 2030. Now this Agenda 2030 is 17 sustainable goals adopted by the UN members in 2015. So as we can this is not a role of a single player to increase the finance in the economy. It is a combination of multiple players which work together to enhance the finance. So the next objective is to study the current sources of green finance, to study the challenges impeding sustainable opportunity, because with the landscape it shows the opportunities but then it comes with the challenges as well. Next, to study the different area of collaborations between fintech and sustainable finance. Now fintech is the collaboration of technology with the financial system. Talking about my research methodology, so my research methodology involves a comprehensive review and analysis of existing literature, data, relevant theoretical framework relevant to the topic, and it is primarily qualitative in nature. Now, talking about the prominent, or you can say noteworthy literature around the topic under study. So, there is a research that has shown that there is a long-term negative correlation between economic expansion and climate change. Then there is a study which claimed that the Indian green financing industry still is in infancy and it has not drawn the enough capital. Now, green energy initiatives face two main obstacles, that is a lower rate of return as compared to the fossil fuel projects. The reason being that the returns from the energy efficient projects or the hydropower projects has not been commercialized yet. So it raises the risk premium of the investors, which increase the cost of borrowing and thereby the return. Then it's one theory highlights the role of fintech in environment protection. So we'll be talking about the collaboration of fintech as well. Okay, now talking about the current landscape of green finance in India, as we can see from the slides, I have tried to classify the the multiple players that are working in the financial system towards enhancing the investments. So the classification is like that: government initiatives, we talk about private sector role, and international partnerships. Okay, so talking about the government initiatives. So, India has introduced several policies and framework to foster green finance. One is the sovereign green bonds. Government of India in 2013 planned to raise in INR 16,000 crore rupees via sovereign green bonds. Now, sovereign green bonds, to explain it in layman language, it is a debt instrument which is basically a term under the government borrowing, long-term borrowing. So with this, it gives a boost to the India bond market, specifically the green bond market. Now talking about the regulatory agencies' role. So whenever we talk about financial system, we talk about banks. Banks are the major financial institute. So RBI is the regulating agency for the banks and non-banking financial companies. So RBI has recently launched its draft guidelines for protecting, or you can say for the disclosure requirements on part of the banks and NBFCs to make the disclosure of the environmental risk in lending. So lending creates a risk for the bank. Now talking about the SEBI, SEBI is the capital market regulator. SEBI has launched business responsibility and sustainability reporting guidelines that the ESG compliant company needs to, you can say, the top 1,000 listed company are required to submit a BRSR. Now talking about the institutional response, this will come under again the government initiatives. Now in institutional response, we are talking about response, so there must be something which is going wrong. So before 2011, Indian climate finance was dispersed, you can say fragmented. Why? Because the Ministry of Environment and Forests has historically taken the lead in project selection and oversight when it's come to assessing international climate finance, while the Ministry of Finance has served as the point of contact for financial assistance from both bilateral and multilateral sources. So for combating this thing, CCFU, that is Climate Change Finance Unit, it was developed to serve as a centralized body for facilitating coordination between different entities. Talking about the next government institutional response is IRDA. This is a public limited company. Again, NBFC, we can see their shares are recently listed on the stock exchange as well. Now, the next is development of local green bond market. During the Paris Agreement 2015, during that period, we have seen the growth in the green bond market. So it acts as an additional source of long-term green finance alongside bank loans and equity financing. So we can see that as of March 2020, only 7.7% of all bonds issued in India raised the funds. So there is this green bond market is still in nascent state. Now talking about the private sector role. Private sector role in private, we have seen the role of government initiatives now. So government's funds are limited and we need to crowd in the private investments. That is very important. There has been studies which shows that unlocking private finance is frequently seen as a means of bringing about the kind of change. Now, talking about the private role, we talk about banks and financial institutions' role. In light of this, I would like to mention about Yes Bank, which is a private sector bank. It is the first signatory to UN Financial Initiative Principles of Responsible Banking. And in terms of data, we can see that at 40% commercial banks are the main source of funding for the private sector. Now talking about the capital market is again very important because in banks lending your funds get stuck in the market because banks loans are not tradable, but capital market the instruments can be tradable. So as of now, the nation is home to 11 sustainable investment funds. And to see the performance of and to see the performance, we have the index as well. Talking about the global partnership, we have Masala Green Bonds, which is a collaboration of Yes Bank and IFC. Now, this apart from this of a landscape, we have seen the challenges like limited capacity, underdeveloped green bond market, perceived high risk, and regulatory framework and policy gaps. These were the major challenges which is impeding the investments in green projects. Talking about the collaboration between fintech and sustainable finance, as I've already told, fintech is a collaboration between technology and finance. We have seen the initiatives UPI and Jandan Yojana. So there is a lot of policies on this regard. Now to conclude this topic, in order to remove these obstacles and to completely unlock green finance, coordinated efforts is required. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya, for your insightful case study. We are so privileged to have all these veterans with us, sharing their knowledge and inspiring us with their hard work. Now the house is open for interaction. Anyone who wishes to ask any questions can go ahead. Are there any questions? You may raise your hand. No questions? So let's just move ahead with the session. As we near
First of all, good afternoon all, and Navaratri, happy Navaratri and happy Durga Puja. We are going to such a auspicious time, and I'm very happy to be here first time in your campus. So I'm very happy to meet you all, and I ask student to little bit give attention because we are coming for far to meet you. So I feel all of you should give a cooperation. Now, because they have given an excellent presentation on the topic of sustainability, so definitely it is appreciating that student and teacher, two groups of the student and three are teachers. So naturally, I know there are some limitation from the students, some are definitely, and so question 2 or 3 questions for the teachers are different, for two group of the students are different. So just try to give you. I know your discipline is different, but when we talk about SDG goal, as ma'am, they have invited to give us some understanding on environmental, the arena where we want people like all of you. I'm happy for that, that not only it is a topic, sustainability is not a topic of the biology or chemistry or physics. It's a topic of everyone, interdisciplinary and true interdisciplinary. Why we have changed from MDG to SDG? This is the question here, that how we have not managed. And this is for you, this morning session also someone told. This SDG came for the future generation. If future generation are not listening, then हमारे क्या काम है इसमें, है ना? हम तो already जी चुके हैं आधा life. So this is the only reason I'm requesting all the people, not for a certificate and attendance, you listen whatever the ma'am or the other your peer group came to tell you, because maybe your some ideas can click from their idea, and that was the motive of this type of program. गवर्नमेंट ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड लास्ट ईयर मेरी लाइफ. क्यों ये प्रोग्राम मिनिस्ट्री ने लॉन्च किए? इट्स इफ इट इज मेरी लाइफ, गवर्नमेंट की लाइफ नहीं. मेरी लाइफ मीन्स योर लाइफ, इंडिविजुअल फुटप्रिंट. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कार्बन फुटप्रिंट, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इकोलॉजिकल फुटप्रिंट. अभी नया जो आए हैं, एक पेड़ माँ की नाम, दिस इज द प्रोग्राम इज गोइंग ऑन. एंड ये खाली फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी के लिए नहीं है और बॉटनी के लिए भी नहीं है. इट इज़ फॉर एवरी वन. At least we are taking natural resources, we are highest consumer. If you think it as a consumer, then how we can give it back to the actual ecosystem. At least ek pe, ma is the sensitive word for everyone and we all know. Another program is the government, MOEF is doing, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which is actually nodal body of our India. They are doing right now the ideas for life. So after this year, they have launched innovative ideas for life. So this type of programs can give the innovative ideas. So I appreciate all, at least all आप लोग, their leader for this today's program, you have started thinking. That is appreciable that at least आपने सोच रहे हो कुछ इसी arena में कि how to make use of these SDG goals. Every time we are not technocrats, we cannot do some technology invention. But idea invention to कर ही सकते हैं, because we only have this thing. We human being, that is our brain and ideas. If we can share, maybe we can fail. हम लोग कब थोड़ा बहुत जिंदगी जी चुके हैं, बहुत कुछ देख चुके हैं. I am a biologist. I work with engineers in IITs. I worked with economists. So what I feel that when we work in a cohort, then definitely we have a beautiful exchange of ideas. And I think this is the best thing of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, where you have a different discipline they can understand. After coming, I never feel that I'm an outsider here. I'm feeling that I'm insider. And I also have to discuss all the issues on you. Now coming back, this is just for my own heart feelings. I'm telling you that please be serious on the issues, because यहाँ पर कोई चाय पीने और खाने के लिए हम लोग आते नहीं हैं. We only come for think alike. This is the group, otherwise today my class thi. I have, because I always feel now this is hugely needed. People like us, at least जो हम लोग थोड़ा बहुत काम कर चुके हैं, आप लोग के हाथ पकड़े, because you can come forward with us and we can give you the platform where you can do much better than us. We never feel we have done, because this is the only reason this type of program is much more needed than the classroom teaching. As a teacher, working 30 years and doing research 45, almost 40 years, so you can understand from the days of the PhD or MSc days, I'm telling you, we have severely failed. There's a guilt feel. We are the generation, if you ask your parents, हम एक generation है, we are the problem maker. How many people will tell, doesn't know, but being a researcher of pollution health, we are the creator of problem. This is the reason this SDG goal are asking about the future generation. So now I will come one after another, one or two questions where I found little bit you have to give attention, because you have already leader, आपको थोड़ा सा better करनी है. IP college में I was on mentoring last week. पूनम कुमारी मैम के पहले आपने जो मैम थी, principal मैम, she was very good friend of mine, बाबली मोइत्रा. So Center for Art Studies जो है geography and चलाते हैं. I mentored few years. So IP college always very close to my heart, I must tell you. So I'm very happy to see all of you here representing that college, because very few college are UG students are doing research. So this is the only reason I'm very happy. ड्यू का काफ़ी कॉलेजेस, मैं हर कॉलेज जाती हूँ, पर IP कॉलेज का एक अलग ही रोल है. Bhebda and team, I think you have done a good job. And philosophy department, that's the reason I'm also happy that this is the way you are showing that the footprint that we can also think about sustainability. The major problem is mental block. हम इंजीनियर हैं, हम लोग इस हमारे ज़माने में थे कि IIT वाले, फिजिक्स वाले हमसे बायोलॉजी से बात नहीं करते थे, कि केमिस्ट्री वाले बात थी, ये सब चला गया. This is the NEP is talking about something different. You can talk about psychology being in hardcore physics. In our department, we are getting our department, there are so many people are clearing UPSC. बहुत बच्चे हम लास्ट 20 ईयर्स में IAS में दिए हैं, IRS में दिए, IFS में दिए हैं. We are proud of them because we are not truly understanding only our subject. They are all engineers, they are history, they are journalists, they are coming in our DU MA MSc Integrated Environmental Studies. So I understand and love your the zeal of doing this thing. Pepper, your presentation is really good. One thing you have to give concentration that you are not doing anything. Two things was there because your topic on birds, okay, because Naveen I think guided you. Naveen, कौन teachers कौन है जो आप Shubham sir. अच्छा, because one of our student ornithologist is there in your college, जिसने आपका कॉलेज का बोर्ड बनाए हैं, जो बर्ड्स की बोर्ड है ना एंट्री में नैक के लिए. तो नवीन was the first initiator, but very good Shubham sir के लिए. But you know your topic exactly when you talk about climate change, okay? आपका जो टॉपिक में मैंने दो चीज़ देखा, ओखला बर्ड सेंचुरी इज ए केस स्टडी. आपने जो दिखाए वो था जो वॉज द अर्बनाइजेशन प्रॉब्लम, अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. आप वहाँ पर स्टिक करते तो दैट इज मच बेटर फॉर रैदर देन इंटरप्रेटिंग forcibly with climate change. Many people take by fancy the word climate change. I must tell you all the researcher. I'm not talking about the speaker. I only tell that who is coming for research, please try to understand when you can tell the climate change impact on your body. कितने साल की डाटा, because the climate change is a time dependent database आपको चाहिए. कल की डाटा लेके आज नहीं बोल सकते कि 2020 की डाटा, 2024 की डाटा, it is climate change. So can anyone from the group, 5 groups, many people touch down that climate change. How many years minimum data को आप climate change बताएंगे? 30 to 40. So your data of then you have to show this data of temperature or rainfall. These are two intrinsic factors. Data is available from website. आप इसको दिखा के तभी आप इसको endorse कर पाओगे. You have not endorsed your terminology, then it cannot be research. कुछ होता है ना जबरदस्ती ये बीमारी है नहीं तो कैसे पता चलेगा. एक तो इसको आप आगे इसको आप improvise करो. This thing is not right. Then birds, you are talking about secondary data. What are the sources? You have not mentioned in the part. ना वो picture नहीं होता है. No, it is no. You see that 1,000 books you can take, but Okhla Bird Sanctuary is a case specific. You can talk about there is many people only worked on the Okhla Bird Sanctuary. आपका वो statistics दिखाना चाहिए कि आप कितने साल की डाटा की, क्योंकि you know paper publication references नहीं. Whenever research based on you just now started, I try to give you message. One is the primary database, so you are actively going and sampling. So if you're a bird watcher, you are using that database, those are coming and going. That was the one thing. And if you're using secondary data, then definitely you have to give a time-dependent graph from secondary source, no issues. So X person's data from 2010 to 2020. How many data numbers of the birds, observations are there, who are there, that type of thing. Because it is not, it was bird our problem, it was very much we know. But when you are going for a case study, then we want to know about this. This room mein kya ho raha hai, it is more concerned than what whole Delhi is happening. So there your topic weightage has gone down. I feel that this topic urbanization के साथ आप कीजिए तो ज़्यादा मीनिंगफुल होगा, because you are doing with typical site. एक आपके क्वेश्चन आपके एक ही मैं पूछूंगी. If you are telling that the birds are losing their pathway due to climate change, pigeon feeding is one of the things. Do you feel it is right or wrong? Now, Okhla se nikal aiye. I just try to understand. You have already talked about Jainism, Buddhism, so many things. So in Hindu religion also, bird feeding is one of the good karma, and we are all doing, we are preaching. But now you have raised the issue on urbanization. In urbanization condition, in Delhi city के लिए मैं आप मान लीजिए Delhi case study, ये जो pigeon पिजन फीडिंग हो रहा है हर नुक्कड़ नुक्कड़ में, ये अच्छा है कि खराब है? टू सम नहीं, नॉट एन फिलोसॉफिकल आइडिया, सीधा साधा हम साइंस वाले है, लॉजिकली सुनना चाहूँगी कि ये ठीक है कि गलत है? बिकॉज और आपकी टीम कुछ बता पाएंगे? Actually, वही है. Thank you very much. I just here to convey to the other students or as a community you are here. Please discourage the people to not to feed the pigeon in the Delhi city. इसका जो excreta आते हैं, whole country globally they have banned. ट्रफलगर स्क्वायर बोलिए, वेटिकन सिटी बोलिए, हर जगह किया है बिकॉज उसमें एसिडिक हो रहा है, बिल्डिंग स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज हो रहा है बिकॉज देयर एक्सक्रीटा इज फॉलिंग. दिस इज क्रिएटिंग वन इज द एरो एलर्जन है. जब हम लोग दिल्ली में पॉल्यूशन लेके अभी विंटर में इतना सोच रहे हैं, देन वी आर ऑल्सो हैविंग दिस द थिंग विच इज highly fungi carrying the excreta and which is going inside. So this is one thing one says, rightly said, that this is one specific biodiversity loss हो रहा है, speciation loss, only one blue pigeon is increasing. आपको यहाँ पर बैठा के खाना दिया जाएगा, आप जाओगे नहीं. द फ्लाइट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द बर्ड्स. उसको उड़ने दीजिए, आसमान में उड़ेंगे तभी तो पॉलिनेशन होता है. पॉलिनेशन बंद हो रहा है. सो देयर आर सो मेनी इम्पैक्ट वी आर डूइंग. वहीं खाना दे रहे हो, पेड़ में जा रहे, फिर बैठ रहे हैं. सो अल्टीमेटली इट इज़ बिकमिंग ए हेल्थ हैजर्ड and it is biodiversity loss and it is biodiversity starting from plant to animal. We cannot understand people. We have created already awareness with the student going to the Lodi garden and everywhere with the placard. I think you can also from your, at least in your family, किसी को बताना नहीं है. जो भी बुजुर्ग है हमारे जैसे जो धर्म कर्म करते हैं, वो पानी खाना दूसरे को दे, not to the birds. They know their food, they will find out. Okay, so thank you very much for coming on the birds and the ecosystem. Thank you. Then next is the Anshika and group, where the structure you have already discussed on the क्या था topic is sustainability. हाँ. टॉपिक इज़ वेरी बर्ड. इंदौर सिटी है ना आपका? अच्छा, इंदौर सिटी. You know, this is a sustainable city. Definitely it is a looking up to that part. Presentation should be like a catchy presentation. More theory. आपका जो आप लोग जो presentation का भी एक format होता है, because the people why they are talking, because they are not attracted to the presentation. I'm bluntly बता रही हूँ कि आप improve करो. आपका topic is burning topic. Because the urbanization has increased, problem has increased, people are not understanding, not the गांव जिसके बारे में हम लोग सोचते थे खराब है, हम लोग सबसे ज़्यादा खराब अभी शहर में है. Whatever we try to prove that we are smart, but no smart city is smart right now. So we have to understand this thing. Your topic is burning topic. Then again, you rather than making so subjective writing, आप ना जितना पॉलिसी अगेन ना क्लाइमेट चेंज की वही एक ही सजेशन है. अब जहाँ पर क्लाइमेट, बिकॉज यू सी दिस प्रोग्राम स्टार्टेड फॉर लास्ट 10 years or 20 years, दिस स्मार्ट सिटी प्रोग्राम. सो यू हैव टू गिव अ प्रीव्यू ऑफ दैट पार्ट व्हेन इट वाज नॉट स्मार्ट सिटी. जो हम लोग दिल्ली का करते हैं कि दिल्ली एक मुगल एरा में थे, दिल्ली लिटन दिल्ली थे, उसके बाद मॉडर्न इंडिया दिल्ली आए, उसके बाद it is changing last 10 years, 20 years. Now this year we have gone through 50 degree, 51 degree of temperature. I'm personally, I was here in 30 years, never see that 51 degree temperature. So if you really want to interpret the problems in terms of climate change, then the series of dynamics of the problem. So policy came, management came. The policy of smart city management को आप discuss इतना ना लिखते हुए आपको इसको मॉडल बनाइए, 4 स्लाइड में आप प्रेजेंट कर सकते हो. इट विल बी मच ईजियर बिकॉज स्मार्ट सिटी environment is the smart government, स्मार्ट इन्वायरमेंट एंड स्मार्ट फिनेंस, जिसमें सिक्योरिटी भी, वुमेन सेफ्टी भी आना चाहिए. So you have not given, because anything security is not only traffic, women's safety also very important. Then only smart word will come. So you can make that scheme and based upon this thing, otherwise your topic is good. Now can you tell the one question of, definitely I have a right to ask, दिल्ली कौन सी जगह स्मार्ट सिटी है? दिल्ली, आप इंदौर गए हो, दिल्ली में रहते हो, तो मैं तभी सोचा आपको पूछूं, दिल्ली में कौन सी जगह स्मार्ट सिटी है? इट्स ओपन टू ऑल, एनीवन कैन आंसर. इट्स नॉट दैट दे आर ओनली बर्डन टू देम. एनीवन फ्रॉम दिस हॉल कैन टेल अस, इज फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, दिल्ली इज स्मार्ट सिटी और नॉट? स्मार्ट सिटी अंडर गाइडलाइंस है. स्मार्ट सिटी देखने से नहीं होता है. आपने स्मार्टफोन कैरी कर रहे हो तो आप स्मार्ट नहीं भी हो सकते हो, है ना? तो स्मार्ट सिटी इज ए टेक्नोलॉजिकल, एक इंटरनेशनल टर्मिनोलॉजी है. तो दिल्ली का कहीं पर है? ना ना, ये सब नहीं है भाई. सीधा साधा दिल्ली स्मार्ट सिटी है कि नहीं है, मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ. गवर्नमेंट इसको स्मार्ट सिटी के दायरे में, जैसे आपने बोला, मैं मान लिया इंदौर इज ए स्मार्ट सिटी. स्मार्ट सिटी होगा तभी पैसा आएगा, तभी इंटरनेशनल फंड आते हैं. द इंटरनेशनल कंट्रीज अडोप्टिंग दैट सिटी टू बी. बनारस को स्मार्ट सिटी में आए, उज्जैन आए, कोचीन आए. दिल्ली है कि नहीं, यही पूछना चाहती हूँ. हमारे पास सारे नेता लोग बैठे हैं, है क्या स्मार्ट? कहाँ पर बोलो, यही तो पूछ रही हूँ, बताओ ना. वो सब फिलोसॉफिकल नहीं है, साइंटिफिक ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टर्मिनोलॉजीज में पूछ रही हूँ. ओके, फॉर एज यू आर नॉट नोइंग, एनडीएमसी एरिया इज द ओनली पार्ट इज ए स्मार्ट सिटी. तभी आप जब, क्योंकि आप लोग का कॉलेज स्मार्ट सिटी में ही है, प्लीज ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड. फिलोसॉफिकल बातचीत मत करो, सबसे ज़्यादा जानो अपने शहर को. जब तक नहीं जानोगे, ये सब एसडीजी गोल को समझना मुश्किल है. दिस इज द ओनली रीजन एनडीएमसी एरिया इज लुकिंग फार फार बेटर than MCD and Delhi Cantonment area, because this is the only year all technology will come, all ICT will come, every governance will be under the same thing. This is the fund government, this NDMC area is getting. Okay, thank you. Then Anshika, Mamuna, I liked your topic because very few people talk about ecofeminism, you know. I'm a lover of ecofeminism, not being, I'm a hardcore scientist, but I love ecofeminism. बात ही नहीं होती हैं इसके बारे में. Just for one thing, I try to understand before asking you. Do you understand what she told ecofeminism? कोई एक मुझे बताएंगे एक लाइन में ecofeminism है क्या? तब मुझे लगेगा वो सारे कुछ बता दिया आपको. Have you learned this thing? कोई बताओ what is ecofeminism के बारे में आप सोचते हो. What is ecofeminism? Please, please. वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट अलग चीज़ है. मैं तो सेफ फील करती हूँ, आप भी सेफ फील करते हो. दैट इज नॉट इको फेमिनिज्म. तब तो इतना बड़ा लेक्चर वो देख के गए. इको फेमिनिज्म, इको एंड फेमिनिज्म. तो ये जेंट्स क्या कर रहे हैं, मेल क्या कर रहे हैं, वो नहीं है एनवायरमेंट के साथ. और कोई बेटर बताए इकोफेमिनिज्म आपको क्या लगता है बाय लिटरेरी, प्लीज. हाँ, आई लव टू लिसन फ्रॉम यू. दिस इज ऑल्सो नॉट एक्चुअली रेस्पेक्ट टू द वुमेन एंड रेस्पेक्ट टू द इकोलॉजी इज सेम. अभी इस इंडिया में ये समझना बहुत जरूरी. प्लीज बी सीटेड. द थिंग इज दैट नाइदर इन पेट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी, जो उसने बताया कि हम सब कुछ बताते हैं ना कि हमारे जो आप इसी जगह आप पेट्रियार्कल सोसाइटी नहीं होंगे तो आपको अलग रिस्पेक्ट. आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाएंगे, द मेजर लैंड होल्ड बाय द लेडीज जेंडर. So the reason is that the way we are actually not giving the benefit of the natural resource to the opposite gender, similarly we are not respecting the environment, natural resource. तभी आज SDG गोल आए हैं कि we have to make equally. हमें women empowered नहीं, women are already empowered. हमारे जैसा ताकत है ही नहीं. अभी तो नवरात्रि के टाइम, दुर्गा पूजा के टाइम कौन बोले empowered नहीं है. द रीज़न इज़ वुमेन इक्वलिटी की बात है कि यहाँ पर हमें एक बराबर समझो, हमारी चिंता एक ही साइड में जा रहे हैं. सो दिस इज़ द ओनली रीज़न इको फेमिनिज्म स्टार्टेड. एंड आई लाइक दिस थिंग, दैट टॉपिक, दैट इन एनी एस्पेक्ट. अभी आज देखते हैं तो रिवर के नाम लेडीज़ की हैं, and because nature and culture, boy, the change that time was looking upon like a culture only, not nature. So they thought culture is above. India में एक myth था, culture is above than nature. तभी क्या हो रहा है, भगवान को हम लोग पूजा कर रहे हैं, फिर आरजी कर जैसे केस भी हो रहा है ना. जाने हम लोग इतना व्रत, इतना उपवास रखते हैं, इतना मानते हैं, पर we don't never treat the. So this is the only reason nature and culture should go hand in hand. That is the only message from ecofeminism. I ask you one thing, the ecofeminism was, the word came from which country first and when? Do you know? Because आपके research paper है जिसको ecofeminism की mother बोलते हैं. ना, it's the French scientist, 1974 वो पहले आए. And Bandana Sima is working like you. She was the first discussed on the topic in India basically. But one person recently got Padma Shri, जिसको father of ecofeminism बताया जाता है. Do you know the name? उसके नाम है श्याम सुंदर पलीवाल from Rajasthan. You know, the land of where बताया जाता है कि they are not, ladies are not treating well, but he is the man worked for ecofeminism because राजस्थान में नेचर के ऊपर काफ़ी रेस्पेक्ट है. सो दे हैव स्टार्टेड. तो आई थिंक यू कैन मोर गिव ऑन दिस इंफॉर्मेशन टू द चिल्ड्रेन. मैं आपको एज ए टीचर यही दिखाना चाहती हूँ, बच्चे के पास इसका इंफॉर्मेशन कम है एंड दैट शुड बी मोर नीडेड. वी आर नॉट वीकर सेक्शन, ये वर्ड माइनॉरिटी भी नहीं है, हम लोग वीक भी नहीं है. सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट तो मैं बेटी बचाओ सुनने से गुस्सा करती हूँ. अरे हम ऐसे कौन से एनिमल है कि हमें बचाए, हम अच्छा खासा जी सकते हैं. एंड द लास्ट आई थिंक 2 और हैं, फूड हंगर इंडेक्स. इट इज़ फ्रॉम प्रिया एंड टीम.
Ishita Bindal. And I, Khushi, students of B.Ed first year, welcome you all to this national conference on the theme Education for Sustainability. I would kindly request our chairperson for the day, Professor Gopal Krishnan Thakur, Head and Dean of School of Education, MGAHB, Central University, Wardha, Maharashtra. Our co-chairpersons, Dr. Sulekha Ram, HOD, DLED, BLMCE, Ms. Kriti Songriwal, Assistant Professor, BVBC, Ms. Akansha Garg, Assistant Professor, BVBC, to come up on stage.
Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan initially started as a humble effort by Dr. K.M. Munshi, a Gujarati scholar, freedom fighter and a political figure. However, it has now become an internationally acclaimed institution committed to promoting education, art and culture. It is a prominent institution with 112 kendras and 8 overseas centers. It is today an all-Indian intellectual, cultural, educational institution dedicated to the twin task of interpreting the age-old yet timeless message for our nation by sticking to our cultural roots.
Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education, which we also fondly call BLMCE, is an esteemed academic institution under Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, and was established in 2016 with the recognition of NCTE and is affiliated to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University and SCRT, Delhi. The college is geared towards providing avenues for developing teachers and educators across elementary, secondary and senior secondary level.
We wholeheartedly welcome you all to the conference on empowering changes, education for sustainability. The theme focuses on using education as a tool to drive sustainable development and positive change. It highlights the role of learning in shaping responsible global citizen and equipped to address environmental challenges, promote social equity and create a sustainable future for all. Through education, individuals gain the knowledge and skills needed to take action for a greener and a fairer world.
We feel delighted to welcome our distinguished guest, Chairperson for the day, Professor Gopal Krishnan Thakur, Head and Dean of School of Education, MGAHB, Central University, Wardha, Maharashtra. Co-chairpersons Dr. Sulekha Ram, HOD, DLED, BLMCE, Ms. Kriti Songriwal, Assistant Professor, BVBC, Ms. Akansha Garg, Assistant Professor, BVBC, and all the paper presenters and our dearest students. Thank you all for joining us today. Felicitation of guests is a valued tradition expressing our gratitude for their time and presence. These distinguished individuals share their knowledge, experience, and wisdom with us, and we are grateful for that. For the further proceedings, I would like to request Dr. Sulekha Ram to introduce our distinguished guests for today's session and felicitate them with the Bhavan's publication and saplings. Please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. So a very good afternoon to one and all present here, and welcome to our one-day national conference. So it is both honor and a prestige to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur. Any problem at the back? Okay. So an esteemed academician currently serves as a Dean of the School of Education and the Head of the Departments of Education and Psychology at Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, MGAHV in Wardha, Maharashtra. Sir has impressive array of qualifications including an MSc in Chemistry, an MBA in Human Resource Management, an MEd, an MPhil and PhD in Education. Sir has also successfully cleared the national eligibility test, that is in education. His extensive academic leadership is evident through his roles as chairperson of various boards of studies and as a member of multiple prestigious committees such as the Executive Council, University Code and Academic Council at MGAHV. Professor Thakur's contributions extend beyond the university, impacting national educational policy and research. He has served as a member of the advisory board for the Division of Educational Research at the National Council of Educational Research and Training, that is NCRT, in New Delhi, and has been part of significant educational bodies at various universities across India. His previous assignments include notable positions such as the Dean of the School of Management at MGAHV, Proctor, Project Head of the MGAHV School of Education, PMMLMTT under the Government of India, and an education specialist at the Council for Social Development, New Delhi. Professor Thakur's expertise was internationally recognized when he was a member of the Government of India delegation to the World Hindi Conference in Mauritius in 2018. With over 3 decades of teaching and administrative experience, Professor Thakur has made substantial contributions to research and academic literature. He has published more than 50 papers in international as well as national journals, authored several books, and presented at numerous seminars and conferences globally. His research interests encompass science education, teacher education, educational philosophy, ethnographic studies, and phenomenological studies. As a professional engagements including life membership in esteemed associations serving as an external evaluator for significant projects and contributing to editorial boards of educational journals. His leadership and scholarly contributions continue to shape the landscape of education both India and international. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to our chief guest, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you, Sulekha ma'am, for felicitation. Now it's time to begin with our presentation of the day by the participants that have gathered today with us. Please note that there is an 8-minute of buzzer for all the presentations. Please try to sum it up within the time. Thank you. Let's call our first participant of the day, Dr. Isha, Faculty, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, GGS IPU, presenting their research on sustainability through value-based education, integrating tradition with modernity. Yes, please. All the participants are requested to reduce their time limit and stick to 5 minutes, please. Namaskar, sir. I'm the first presenter of the day. So my topic is sustainability through value-based education, integrating tradition with modernity. A well-defined futuristic value-based education system of any country must preserve its culture and tradition that sustain it in ways that will create a positive outcome when combined with the learning objectives. Education play an essential role in preservation, transmission and inculcation of values. It is a continuous creative process and help us in all walks of life, personal, professional, social and national. The present education system is mechanized in its approach and has developed an apparatus of structure, content and process to transmit knowledge without much concern and commitment towards inculcating values. The education system in India and worldwide is failing miserably to work upon the spiritual, moral and the social upliftment of the individuals. Today's modern society with all its intricacies and complexities have become highly mechanistic. So, the greater need is to strive for a balance between the traditional value-based education and to maintain a bridge between the society and economy and the environment. Similarly, the traditional text and the careers of the cultural values of any civilization, or basically the Indian civilization is the only alive civilization, and Indian traditional knowledge system has an application beyond time, space and language because of its uniqueness, originality and therefore it is sustainable and never ending. The basic objective of the value education is to provide strong foundation for continuous and creative learning by inculcating traditional knowledge of ethics, discipline, duty, conduct, attitude and character. The contemporary education system lacks the sustainability due to imbalance between Sabhyata, Sanskriti and Darshana. This research paper introduces the intuitive knowledge, a value-based education system, ethics, spirituality and righteousness as the practical solution to modern-day problem. The primary objective of this research is to revisit the traditional knowledge, explore how the classical Indian texts such as Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads offer valuable insights for the modern education. The secondary and the other objectives can include proposing for a futuristic education model by developing a framework that blends the ancient wisdom with the modern learning goals. Exploring NEP 2022, it can also serve as a foundation for embedding value-based education in contemporary system. Integrating tradition and modality for the sustainable education involves, it can encourage ethical decision making. Please change the slide, sir. So, we can encourage the ethical decision making and promote the respect for the environment, foster a sense of duty towards society. So, Bhagavad Gita, I would like to quote few of the lines from the chapter 2, verse 47, which says, the Karma Yoga, the path of selfless action, where
The famous shloka, Karmanya Vadikarase Ma Phalishu Gadaniche. This says that this teaching aligns with the concept of sustainable development, where individual and institution should strive for an action that benefits society and environment without being overly fixated on immediate material gains. In educational framework, students can be encouraged to work towards collective well-being and ecological sustainability by embodying the spirit of selflessness and long-term responsibility. Similarly, we can have few examples from the Upanishads. Now, as we are running short of time, I would just like to conclude my paper. So harmonizing the tradition with modernity for a sustainable future, I have divided into three basic parts. Sabhyata, that involves societal development, duty towards the collective well-being. And its verse can be quoted in Bhagavad Gita's chapter 3, verse 19, which says that therefore perform your obligatory duty without attachment. By doing so, one attains the supreme. Similarly, the second part can be Sanskriti, which says the internal understanding of one's own self, or cultivating the self-awareness and ethical integrity, where the teachings of Atman, or the self, in Upanishad can be advocated for deep self-realization. And Chandogya Upanishad's famous phrase, Tat Tvam Asi, quotes this philosophy of Advaita Vedant in here. Similarly, third concluding point can be the Darshana, or the philosophical insights, which bridges the timelessness with the contemporary. The third element, Darshana, represents philosophical insight which allows individual to interpret life's deeper meaning and ethical dilemmas. The Gita's discourse on three gunas of Sattva, Raj and Tamas can be well contributed over here. So the binding conclusion initiates that by embedding these enduring values in modern education system, we can cultivate individuals who are not only equipped for the intellectual knowledge but also guided by the ethical principles, self-awareness and deep sense of responsibility towards society and the environment. This blending of tradition with modernity is essentially for building a sustainable and harmonious future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Isha, for the great presentation on such a significant topic. Next up, we have the team of Mr. Dishant Saini, who is the student of Leelavati Munshi College of Education, and Dr. Ritu Sharma, HOD and Associate Professor, Leelavati Munshi College of Education, who are presenting their paper on Indigenous Knowledge and Cultural Wisdom for Sustainability, the Sacred Value of Nature.
Hello. A very good afternoon to everyone. Start करने से पहले what sustainability is all about comes into this verse, which is a very beautiful verse. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्. मैंने इस पर्टिकुलर वर्स से इसलिए स्टार्ट करा है बिकॉज दिस वर्स कन्वेज मे एवरीबडी be safe, may everybody prosper, every being has a right of living. जब हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, इंडिजिनियस नॉलेज, दैट वैदिक नॉलेज एक बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करती है. स्वामी दयानंद सरस्वती ने बहुत ब्यूटीफुली बोला था, वेदों की ओर लौट चलो, वेदों की ओर. वेदों की ओर इसलिए बिकॉज द मोमेंट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट गीता, वी सी इट एज द अल्टीमेट ट्रुथ. But when we talk about the Veda, it's the eternal knowledge. So indigenous knowledge and cultural wisdom, they both serve equally apna major role. But sustainability, when we are talking about, it refers to the practice of meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. तो जब हम इस sustainability की बात करते हैं, जब हम देखते हैं, सर एक beautiful lines थी from a song, कि क्षमा कहे परवाने से परे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा पास नहीं आ. We as human beings are seeing that our need for technological advancement, हमारी urbanization advancement हमें एक destruction के path पे ले जा रही है कहीं ना कहीं. But we are ready to walk on it. हम ये नहीं सोच रहे हैं the future generations to come हमें उन्हें भी protect करना है. This paper highlights that very Vedic जो हमारी कल्चरल हेरिटेज है, दैट वेरी फाउंडेशन. जैसे कि ऋग्वेद में लिखा हुआ है, Rig Veda says, O earth, you are the mother of all beings. May you nourish us abundantly. May we prosper on your lap. ये बहुत ब्यूटीफुली वहां पे कोट करा गया क्यों बिकॉज वेदा हैज शोन दैट दिस पर्टिकुलर अर्थ इज आवर मदर लैंड धरती माँ जब माँ की बात आती है वी नीड टू प्रोटेक्ट इट जस्ट नॉट फॉर आवर सेल्व्स बट ऑल्सो फॉर आवर फ्यूचर एट द सेम टाइम वो कल्चरल विजडम भी हमें प्रोवाइड करनी है फॉर द फ्यूचर जनरेशंस टू कम बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट अस इट्स अबाउट द फ्यूचर वंस ऑल्सो कमिंग यहाँ पे मैंने स्पेसिफिकली 2 केस स्टडीज को हाईलाइट करा था इन माय पेपर सर वन वाज बिश्नोई कमेटी ऑफ राजस्थान उन्होंने वाटर इरिगेशन के लिए इतना ब्यूटीफुली प्लान करा टू सस्टेनेबिलिटी दैट दे प्रोटेक्टेड कॉल्ड टंका वाटर टैंक्स दे मेड इट सो एज टू सेव वाटर एट द सेम टाइम उसे दूसरी तरह की यूज करें अनदर ट्राइब फ्रॉम मेघालय केम उन्होंने ट्रीज को बाकी प्लांट्स को अपना मेन बता दिया कि ये हमारे मेन तत्वों में से एक हैं एंड वी नीड टू प्रोटेक्ट इट दीज एलिमेंट्स आर लाइक गॉड्स बिकॉज सर द आइडिया ऑफ धर्मा विच इज मॉरल ऑब्लिगेशन ऑफ एवरी ह्यूमन बीइंग ऋग्वेदा सेज लेट अस नॉट इंजर द अर्थ नॉट द वाटर नॉट द प्लांट्स नॉट द एनिमल्स नॉट द गॉड्स और men जब हम इस चीज को देखते हैं ऋग्वेदा के थ्रू इट ऑलवेज टेल अस टू प्रोटेक्ट ऑल द एलिमेंट्स जो हैं आपके आगे और उनको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमारी टेक्नोलॉजिकल और वो एडवांस्ड इतनी है बट द थिंग इज व्हाट वी आर लैकिंग इज दैट विल हम फ्यूचर में तो जाना चाहते हैं बट हम पास्ट को पीछे छोड़ के जाना चाहते हैं बट वो हम कर नहीं सकते एट द सेम टाइम बीइंग देयर सो ecological balance, indigenous knowledge system, as referred in the Vedas and other ancient traditions, emphasize living harmony with nature. Ecological balance is critical for the survival of all living organisms and health of the planet. It requires careful management of natural resources, respect for biodiversity, and efforts to mitigate human impact on environment. So, sir, in conclusion, my main paper is telling that वेदों की ओर लौट चलो टेक दैट knowledge from the Vedas and the cultural wisdom which is provided us through the nature and protected for our future generations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dishant Saini and Dr. Ritu Sharma for your paper presentation. Then we have a team of Amrin Khanam, Research Scholar, Nisar Ahmed, Research Scholar, and Dr. Aram Khan, Associate Professor, Department of Teacher Training and Non-Formal Education, Faculty of Education, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi.
Hello. Thank you so much. Respected chair, co-chair, and my peer and dear students, a very good afternoon. I am Amrin Khanam, and along with my colleague Nisar Ahmed, I am going to present my study, which is titled Sustainability Through Science Education, a focus on STSE approach. So, as the title suggests, through my study, I'll be talking about sustainability and how education and science education basically will influence or promote sustainability. So we know that science and technology definitely boost the economy and encounters certain social challenges that we have. And one of the major that we have been talking since the morning is the climate change and the escalating environmental crisis. So how do we actually deal with it? Countries have signed protocols, treaties, and government are taking initiatives to promote sustainability, sustainable practices. So one of the ways that we can also contribute is through education for sustainable development. Can you move it?
education for sustainable development. Now we know that in 2015 the MDGs concluded, and then the UN presented as the sustainable development goal, the SDGs that have to be completed by 2030. And one of the goal is quality education. And UNESCO in its reports also emphasizes the importance of education for sustainable development. It is going to enhance the knowledge, skills, values, and behaviors of students, and it is going to serve as a multifaceted instrument to achieve other goals also. One of the important aspect of ESD is also knowing about sustainability science and its importance. Let us first understand what sustainability science is. It is basically a concept that can help us in improving and maintaining a healthy social, economic, and ecological system for the human progress to actually happen. It is an established equilibrium between the population's interactions between interaction with the environment. So one way we can understand this is that the resources of a particular area is not enough for the population residing there, and it might be enough. So these are some of the points that sustainability science tells us. Then why do we need to know about sustainability sciences? It is to know the concept of cross-generational equity, to sustain the resources for
You need to come to the the core
of
your presentation instead of defining things.
Need to,
because we are running short of. So
I'll just move. We need to also figure this out. इस पे चलिए.
it's okay. You carry on and you start with the core and then findings.
Okay, so my study is based on reviews on science education, sustainability, and education for education for sustainable development, and we have called out certain themes which will be discussed. The objectives of my study is to examine the role of science education in introducing students to sustainability practices and addressing environmental challenges, and also to analyze the role of the STSE approach in sensitizing students towards the environmental concerns. So let us talk about the role of science education. The NCF School Education 2023 on page 309 also emphasizes that what is the content that we are going to teach in science education. It is going to pay an emphasis on preparing the students to be a responsible member of the community, and also to deal with the complex issues that the students see around them, that they experience around them. And also when knowing why science education is important, first we can discuss the SDGs. Not only the quality education, science education will help in promoting other SDGs also. Public participation, like Save Array. I can quote an example of the Save Array Forest that happened in Mumbai in 2019. The students came out in big numbers and had social media campaigns and protests and rallies to fight the government to save the 2,700 trees. It is important for students to also know the equity of the cross-generation equity through science education. Please change the slide. Okay, the STSE approach we know as this science, technology, society, and environment. The NCF School Education also outlines one of the aims of school science education is understanding the relationship between science, technology, and society. So what I mean here is that for the teachers also, they have to push the students to make these discussions, make the deliberations of what all is happening around them. For example, the atom bomb was made. The ethical consideration that are attached with it. What was it made for? What was it used for? So these are the deliberations that the students also need to have when in a science classroom, or in a the STSE approach can be used as interdisciplinary also. And the critical thinking critical thinking of and problem solving of students can also be enhanced through the science, the STSE approach. The students, for example, a student who is living in Delhi should know why the froth is accumulated in Yamuna in certain weather conditions. A student who is living in the coastal areas should know why the mangroves are disappearing. So this is the deliberation, the discussion that we need to bring to the classrooms also, not only on the in the certain protocols, in certain treaties. The students, through science education and through the science, technologies, society and environment approach, need to know this. They have to have these deliberations in classrooms, and also this will definitely promote the sustainability practices. Now I'll hand over the mic to Nisar to conclude the study and discuss the implications.
In conclusion, we can say that this study provides an overview of importance of science education in educating students about sustainable practices and environmental challenges. Also, it highlights the STSE approach, which encourages critical thinking and ethical responsibility, aiming to address persistent environmental issues. If we talk about the implication of the study, the major component of teaching learning are teachers, student and curriculum. If we talk about pre-service teacher training, teacher education program should incorporate sustainability education as a key component of pre-service teacher training. In-service teacher training program, in-service teachers can train with skills to incorporate sustainability, science, and to adapt their pedagogy to real-world environment and challenges. Curriculum, if we talk about curriculum science curriculum could embed sustainability science through STSH approach. This would involve textbook and activities to include real-world environmental problem, and also allows students to critical thinking to find this solution. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Amreen and Ms. Nisar, for the presentation. I would just like to kindly remind all the presenters here that we have a 5-minute timer for all of you. So please try to sum it up in that time. Now, next up, we have another team of Dr. Abhilasha Gautam, Principal, Ms. Aditi Kar, B.Ed Student Teacher, and Ms. Kusum, B.Ed Student Teacher of Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, presenting a study on the role of teacher training program in training future educators for sustainability education.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aditi Kar, first year B.Ed student from Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, and the topic for our presentation is a study on the role of teacher training program in training future educators for sustainability education. This paper has been co-authored by Dr. Abhilasha Gautam, our principal, and my colleague Kusum. So to start with, what is sustainability? Sustainability is the practice of using resources in such a manner that they are available for the future generations. In 2015, the United Nations members collaborated and adopted 17 SDGs, which were built upon the earlier Millennium Development Goals to create a better and more sustainable world by the year 2030. These goals represent a worldwide effort to eliminate poverty, protect the planet, and foster peace and prosperity. So sustainability is not something that is just preached, but needs to be practiced. Coming to our operational definition, teacher training in sustainability education, it refers to the ongoing preparation of teachers, both during the formal training that is pre-service as well as in service, to equip them in such a manner that they adapt to the evolving educational needs. Next, sustainable development in our paper focuses on the SDG 4, which ensures quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. Specifically, the subsection 4.7, Education for Sustainable Development and Global Citizenship. It focuses on fostering the skills and knowledge of learners to promote a sustainable future.
Teachers play, so what is the role of teachers in this? Teachers play a key role in preparing students to understand the importance and addressing these global challenges. Coming to our objectives. The first objective was to study the curriculum of teacher training program, analyze the existing gaps in sustainability education, identify the major challenges that the program in implementing sustainability education, suggest successful strategies and best practices in integrating sustainability education in teacher education institutes. Coming to the sampling and delimitation, our primary data was collected by purposive sampling method due to time constraint. We collected it via structured interview from the assistant professors of 2 self-financed institutes affiliated to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. The study is delimited to the B.Ed syllabus done in this university, and the sample is delimited to 16 assistant professors teaching in these 2 institutes. I would like to hand over the podium to Kusum, who will conclude this.
Findings of our papers. First, the first objective was fulfilled by studying the syllabus of B.Ed self-finance institution affiliated to GGS IPU, and we found it to be well balanced, incorporating sustainability education in core as well as hidden curriculum. The second, third, and fourth objectives were fulfilled by conducting a structured interview of the assistant professors in our institution, in self-finance institutions affiliated to GGS IPU. We found that TEIs play a vital role in sustainability education, and also the curriculum framework for sustainable literacy is crucial in equipping teachers with the skill set to support sustainable education and develop their capacity and readiness. They also play an important role in professional development. Next slide. Educational implications. First is curriculum development. A curriculum should be developed in such a way that it incorporates sustainable education in both hidden as well as core curriculum. Second, inclusive education. Through NEP 2020, we know that NEP promotes inclusive education for all, and teachers play a pivotal role in accomplishing it. Third, utilizing innovative teaching methods. We can conduct assignments, activities that promote sustainable education in our schools and institutions. Fourth, inculcating collaborative learning. What better example can be than this conference of collaborative learning, as we today gathered here from different backgrounds, subjects, for a single aim of sustainability that promotes collaborative learning through sustainable development goals. Fifth, local context integration for better understanding of the concept. Incorporating elements of students' environment into the learning process to better understand the sustainable development goals. Sixth, professional development and capacity building of pre-service and in-service teachers so that they can remain updated and are able to foster a culture of sustainability among their students by conducting seminars, workshops, and also forming clubs and committees in institutions and school. To conclude, teacher training programs play a pivotal role in embedding sustainability in educational system. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that we don't inherit Mother Earth from our forefathers. We borrow it from our children, so together we should become responsible citizens and responsible educators. Thank you.
Very good. Well managed time.
Thank you, Dr. Abhilasha, Ms. Aditi, and Ms. Kusum for your presentation. The last presentation of the day we have is Rishita Kohli, Amit Scholar, and Dr. Ishrit Naz, Associate Professor of School of Education, Galgotias University, Greater Noida, presenting their paper on attaining equity and inclusivity in the light of Sustainable Development Goal in educational setup.
afternoon to one and all present here. Today I, Rishita Kohli from Galgotia University, Amit Scholar. I'm here to present my paper, review paper on the topic Attaining Equity and Inclusivity in the Light of Sustainable Development Goals in Educational Setup. So let me start with about the introduction. Achieving equity and inclusivity in education means ensuring that all students, regardless of their background, have the same opportunity to learn and succeed. The Sustainable Development Goals, especially goals, focus on equality education for everyone. Equal access, equal access to education. Everyone should have the chance to go to school regardless of gender, income, or location. This means providing scholarships to all the students. Equity education for all. School needs to offer high quality teaching learning materials. This involves training teachers and improving school facilities. Inclusive learning environment. Classrooms should be welcoming to all students, including those with disabilities. Adapting teaching methods and material can help everyone participate. So everyone can participate. That is known as inclusive learning environment. Community engagement. Involving families and communities in education helps to create supportive environment. This can include workshops and discussion about importance of education. And at last, this is lifelong learning opportunity for the last topic of the introduction. Education should not stop after school. Offering adult education and vocational training help people continue to learn and improve their skills throughout life. And now I'll talk about what is sustainable development. Sustainable development which could not harm environment and also keep resources for future generation, that is known as sustainable development. So that is the responsibility of society and its member, so everyone can meet their requirements and also communicate about the significant imaginable at the today, while everyone take care of the diversity. And the importance of sustainable development goals of inclusive growth in equity and quality are: inclusion hike is all about making sure that everyone should contribute to economic hike and that underdevelopment is cut down. India has experienced impressive rates of economic growth over the decades. Education gives information of the world around us, makes with the things happening. We need to develop our economy and culture in a sustainable way. So at last I conclude the review, my paper. This paper emphasizes the importance of creator in integrate in transitions in the way integration of is recognized and put in an application. It tells how and encouraged by all the distributing investigation in the accessible and interesting manner to the ordinary pupil. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishita, you being the last presenter. So I would invite questions from anybody if you would like to ask from Rishita or from any of the presenters. Any question? Or you are in a hurry to go back home, concluding the day? Ask any question, else we'll start asking questions to you. Any feedback, any input, if any of you would like to? So, all satisfied? Equity and inclusivity in the light of sustainable development. Both, huh? Yeah, equity and inclusivity. I don't have any question, but I would like to share with you all one of my experiences. What in the morning session, the inaugural session, Colonel was speaking about not having been a proper experience of village life. तो मेरा एक विलेज लाइफ का एक्सपीरियंस है और वहाँ से जो मैंने इक्विटी के बारे में सीखा, दैट आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर विद यू. आप सब में से किसने किसने लालटेन देखा है, लैंटर्न? ओह ग्रेट ग्रेट. तो चलो, वही मैं बाती वाले की बात कर रहा हूँ जिसमें कि नॉब घुमाते थे और थोड़ा वो फ्लेम बढ़ता था. सो what I observed, I used to live in a city, but vacations में जाता था गांव में तो देखा 4-5-6 बच्चे लालटेन जला करके उसके चारों ओर बैठ करके पढ़ा करते थे, और जो उनके एल्डरली फैमिली मेंबर होते थे वो दूर से ही डिस्टेंट मॉनिटरिंग करते थे कि ये ठीक से पढ़ लिख रहे हैं या कुछ कर रहे हैं. तो कुछ बच्चों का ऐसा होता था कि वो थोड़ा दूर हो जाते थे, कुछ पास. तो देखा एक उनके गार्जियन को डांटते हुए कि तुम क्यों नहीं पढ़ रहे हो ठीक से. तो बच्चा कहता था कि मुझे दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है ठीक से, वो जो रोशनी आ रही है उससे किताबें, उस पर जो लिखा हुआ है वो नहीं दिख रहा, तो थोड़ा पास चले जाओ लालटेन के. तो बच्चे को फिर थोड़ा सा सरका करके लालटेन के पास करते थे. कुछ बच्चे पढ़ रहे होते थे, एक आध को और दिक्कत आती थी तो कहते थे मुझे अब भी नहीं दिख रहा, तो कहते थे कि इसके नॉब को थोड़ा बढ़ा दो, जो बाती होती है बाती को बढ़ा दो. देयर फ्रॉम आई लर्न द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इक्विटी. अगर वो बाती है जिसमें से कि वो फ्लो, उसका जो लॉ जल रही है, और अगर उसमें से 6 बच्चों में से 4 को उसी लॉ में से दिख रही है, 2 को नहीं दिख रही, तो इट इज़ द ड्यूटी ऑफ द रिस्पॉन्सिबल पर्सन टू इंक्रीज द फ्लेम. तो इक्विटी वहाँ पर आती है. देयर यू डोंट काउंट दी कि साइज क्या है और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ क्या है, इक्वल होनी चाहिए. जहाँ पर कोई प्रॉब्लम है कि एक्सेस नहीं हो पा रहा है रिसोर्सेज से, तो वहाँ पर रिसोर्सेज को ले जाओ उस व्यक्ति के पास में जो कि डिप्राइव्ड महसूस कर रहा है. देन ओनली वी हैपन टू रियलाइज द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इक्विटी. इट इज़ नॉट अबाउट डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग इन इक्वल अमाउंट एवरीथिंग. तो ये एक गांव का एक्सपीरियंस था विच आई लर्न. तो इक्विटी इज समथिंग, जब हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की ओर जाते हैं तो ये हमें सोचना पड़ता है. इट इज़ नॉट अबाउट डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग इन इक्वल अमाउंट्स. और वो इक्विटी हमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी की ओर कब ले जाती है? गांधी जी के स्टेटमेंट को कोट किया जाता है कि द अर्थ हैज़ इनफ रिसोर्सेज फॉर द नीड ऑफ एवरीवन बट नॉट फॉर द ग्रीड ऑफ एवरीवन. तो देयर इज़ नो लिमिट ऑफ ग्रीड. तो हम अपनी नीड को जस्टिफाई करें, आइडेंटिफाई करें, और उसके बाद रिसोर्सेज को यूटिलाइज करें, नॉट फॉर जस्ट आवर जनरेशन, फॉर द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन एज वेल, नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट जनरेशन एज वेल. ओनली देन हम ये जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी है उसके कॉन्सेप्ट को रियलाइज कर पाते हैं. तो खैर अभी जितने भी हुए हैं पेपर, एक इंडियन इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम पर भी कहा गया है कुछ, अच्छा था, सबके अच्छे थे. कोई मार्किंग है वो दैट डोंट गो बाय दैट, क्योंकि वो थोड़ा बहुत 1-2 पॉइंट इधर उधर होते रहता है, उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. हमें कहा गया है कि थोड़ी मार्किंग भी करें, बट उससे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, सबका अच्छा था. द ओनली थिंग इज़ दैट कि वी हैव टू डेल्व डीप इनटू दिस. आप अगर देखेंगे कि टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हमने क्या क्या किया है, तो रिसेंटली कल परसों में इस बार के फिजिक्स के लिए नोबेल प्राइज़ जो अनाउंस किया गया है, देयर आर 2 जेंटलमैन. उसमें से एक का नाम मुझे याद है, जॉफ्री हिंटन. तो जेफरी हिंटन जो है, ही इज़ कंसिडर्ड एज द फादर ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. और उसने, जेफरी हिंटन ने अभी थोड़े दिन पहले गूगल से एक लंबे करियर के बाद में रेजिग्नेशन दिया. He actually is the person, he is the pioneer of artificial intelligence in the world. But what he said in an interview about the future of humanity, future of civilization and the role of artificial intelligence is very scary. आप उसका इंटरव्यू देखना, it is available on the YouTube. What he says is कि artificial intelligence ने अपना दिमाग, अपना emotions develop कर लिया, और उसके बाद that AI will supersede the human beings, and then what will happen, we cannot claim, we cannot in fact predict what this AI is going to do with the humanity, with the civilization. So everything, whatever we do, we have to keep in mind that technologically, whatever level we reach of the advancement, it has to be under human control. If we lose that control, or if in a fancy, we tend to aggravate each and everything, then it's going to be a disastrous thing, or what is happening nowadays. अगर मैं चाइना में गुजर रहा था एक बार, तो देखा बोहाई सी को 5 किलोमीटर तक चाइना ने कंट्रोल कर लिया, वहां पर नमक का प्लांट लगा लिया. आई वॉज जस्ट वॉन्डरिंग कि ये जो समंदर को बांध रहे हैं ये लोग, एज अ रिजल्ट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज सुनामी. जितने तरह के ये प्रॉब्लम आती है सिविलाइजेशन पर, दिस इज बिकॉज वी आर एक्चुअली एनक्रोचिंग द नेचर. तो हम सब ने आज सुबह से पढ़ा है, सुना है, ये है, इस पर ध्यान देने की जरूरत है. देयर इज अ रिपोर्ट ऑन सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट रिसेंटली, यूएन एसोसिएटेड बॉडी, इकोनॉमिक एंड सोशल काउंसिल ऑफ वर्ल्ड, उसकी एक रिपोर्ट 2024 की रिपोर्ट आई है, जो 17 एसडीजीज एक उसको आइडेंटिफाई किया गया था, और 2030 में ये टारगेट रखा था वर्ल्ड के सभी देशों ने कि इन 17 सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को अचीव करना है. द स्टेटस इज दैट इन दिस ईयर 24 वी हैव only 17% of that 17 SDGs, means statistically कि लगभग 3 ऐसे गोल हैं which now we can say that we are going to achieve out of 17. बाकी हम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. And why? We have to think over it. कि हमने जितने गोल्स आइडेंटिफाई किया था उसमें से सिर्फ 3 गोल, only 17% we are going to achieve by 2030. बाकी उसमें से 50% का है कि ये लो लेवल के हैं या मीडियम लेवल के हैं, इसमें पता नहीं क्या टाइम लगेगा. एंड रिमेनिंग 33% गोल्स आर ईदर इन रिग्रेसिव मोड और डिसफंक्शनल. नथिंग इज हैपनिंग इन दैट. ये अभी की इस साल की रिपोर्ट है. तो वी डेफिनेटली नीड अ मास लेवल कॉन्शियंटाइजेशन. जो बात आप कह रहे थे कि टीचर एजुकेशन के फील्ड में, और ये तो एक विवेकीकरण की आवश्यकता है, और हम सब मिलकर के काम करें. इट इज़ नॉट अबाउट जस्ट cramming up the theory. It is about putting things into our practice, amalgamating, blending and assimilating things into practice. Only then this sustainable development goals can be realized. There's no other way out. और जैसा कि इन्होंने आपकी प्रिंसिपल मैम ने सुबह में भाषण में कहा था, एक फिल्म का हवाला दिया था, डोंट लुक अप टू. आप कभी देखिएगा, अगर आपने देखा है तो, कि इट प्रेजेंट्स अ स्केरी पिक्चर बिफोर अस अबाउट आवर फ्यूचर. तो इन सब पर सोचने की ज़रूरत है. ये एक दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस है तो ठीक है, सबने पेपर अपने अपने हिसाब से प्रेजेंट किया, सर्टिफिकेशन वुड बी देयर, नो इश्यूज इन दैट, बट आवर रोल इज टू become sensitive towards this issue and try to sensitize and broaden this concept, idea sensitization amongst whosoever we come in contact with. तो आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई, आप सब ने प्रेजेंट किया. and keep thinking about it, keep churning out the ideas related to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging and inspiring words to all our students. As we end this session, I would now like to invite Ms. Kriti Songrawal, Assistant Professor BVB, to kindly come up on stage and present the vote of thanks and token of appreciation.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee for today's insightful and thought-provoking session on the theme Empowering Change, Education for Sustainability. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep gratitude to our chairperson, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Head and Dean, School of Education, MGAHV, Wardha, Maharashtra, for his expert leadership throughout the session. Your insightful inputs and gracious presence have truly elevated our discussion. Our heartfelt thanks also go to our chairperson, Dr. Sulekha Ram and Ms. Akansha Garg, for co-chairing the session with such poise and wisdom. We are immensely grateful for your guidance.
Now I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers who shared their knowledge and expertise with us. I would also like to thank all the participants for your active engagement and the rich discussion that followed each presentation. Your enthusiasm for learning and commitment to the sustainability was evident and greatly appreciated. Last but not the least, all the students volunteer. Thank you so much for making this event happen. To conclude, let us carry forward the lessons learned today as we strive to integrate sustainability into education and empower the change we all hope to see in the world. Thank you all once again and have a wonderful day ahead.
Let us further energize this event by seeking the blessings of the Almighty. I request everyone to please stand up for the prarthna. Please be seated. Thank you for invoking the gracious presence of the Almighty and setting a pious tone for our event. I request all the dignitaries to honor the stage by occupying their respective seats. I would like to begin with the wise words of Steve Howard, and I quote, "Sustainability is the pathway to a flourishing future. We must build the world we want, one decision at a time." As we gather here today, I am also reminded of Mahatma Gandhi's words, "The earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed." This statement reflects the urgency for sustainable practices that blend diverse knowledge, cultural insights, and ethical action. A very good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of Bhavan's Leelavati Munshi College of Education, I, Nishtadhir, a second-year B.Ed student, extend a warm welcome to our dignitaries, guests, principal ma'am, teachers, and fellow students to this valedictory session of our one-day national conference on weaving a sustainable world, integrating knowledge, cultures, and solutions, jointly organized by BLMCE and BVBC. I would also like to acknowledge our esteemed sponsor, National Fertilizers Limited, as they celebrate 50 successful years. Their dedication to innovation and sustainability has been instrumental, and we are honored to have their support. Before moving ahead, let me briefly introduce you to our institution, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, an internationally renowned institution, was founded by Kulpati Dr. Kanhaiya Lal Maniklal Munshi in 1938. Dedicated to education, arts, and culture, BVB remains a beacon for cultural rejuvenation and modern intellectual progress. BLMCE, established in 2016, focuses on developing educators for elementary to senior secondary levels, striving to shape future generations by nurturing capable teachers who can impact society in a meaningful way. BVBC, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, established in 2022 and affiliated with Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, offers courses such as BBA, BCom, BA English Honours, BCA, and BA Economics Honours, all designed to reinforce Bhavan's ideology of integrating ancient values with modern needs. To proceed further, I invite Dr. Namrata Singh, Assistant Professor, BLMCE, to introduce our esteemed guests.
Very good evening to all of you. I am very pleased and honored to announce or to introduce our today's special guest for the valedictory, Dr. Shankar Goenka, author, coach, and TEDx speaker, and also the treasurer of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. And most of, I can say the very brief introduction, and we would like to hear hum sir ko sun saken. That is very much more important than I'll talk about, sir. So, sir, we are just waiting to hear you for this session. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here.
So, Namaskar and Jai Ram Ji ki. How are you? देखिए, चेहरे पे हंसी लाना ही सस्टेनेबिलिटी, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जो लोग खुश होते हैं ना, ओनली हैप्पी पीपल प्रोड्यूस हैप्पी रिजल्ट्स. यस, नो? इफ यू आर हैप्पी एट होम, यू विल बी हैप्पी एट वर्क, एंड इफ यू आर हैप्पी एट वर्क, यू विल बी हैप्पी एट. सो यू नो, सो मैं नया नया एजुकेशन में था, अपने स्कूल बनाए. तो थर्ड ईयर आई वेंट, वन ऑफ माई प्रिंसिपल कॉल्ड मी एंड शी सेज कि सर 2 बच्चे अगले साल में प्रमोट नहीं होना चाहते. मैंने कैसे कैसे हो सकता है कि बच्चे प्रमोट नहीं, सब लोग खुश होते हैं कि मैं 3rd से 4th में जाऊं, 4th से 5th में जाऊं. तो आई वेंट टू, सो आई सेड आई विजिट माई स्कूल एवरी सैटरडे इन राजस्थान. सो एट गोइंका पब्लिक स्कूल आई आस्क्ड देम कि कैन आई सी देम. तो मैं बच्चों से मिला कि मैंने कहा बेटे ये क्या बात कैसे है कि आई यू हैप्पी ईयर? बोले हाँ सर, हम बहुत खुश हैं यहाँ. तो मैंने कहा बेटे तुम अगले क्लास में क्यों नहीं जाना चाहती हो? तो पता है दोनों बच्चे के साथ क्या बोले कि सर हमारी मैम बदल जाएगी ना. सो व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड इन माई लाइफ इज, यू नो, इन दिस होल वर्ल्ड 2 लोग हैं जो आपका भला चाहते हैं. 2 ही लोग हैं जो चाहते हैं मेरा बच्चा मुझसे आगे जाए, पेरेंट्स and teachers. So can I have a big round of applause for all my teachers and faculty who here? बाकी दुनिया के जितने लोग कहेंगे बेटे आगे बढ़, अंदर से कहेंगे मुझसे ज्यादा नहीं. So I feel teachers create great impact on our life. और हम जब से पैदा होते हैं, स्कूल जाते हैं, कॉलेजेस जाते हैं, तो मेरा मानना है कि टेक फुल एडवांटेज ऑफ योर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन. भारतीय विद्या भवन का पार्ट होना वैसी बहुत खुशनसीबी की बात है कि 7 एकड़ का लश ग्रीन कैंपस है. मुझे नहीं पता पीछे आम के पेड़ लगे हुए हैं, शहतूत के पेड़ लगे हुए हैं. इफ़ यू क्रॉस द स्पोर्ट्स, ये आपको दिल्ली के या किसी भी दुनिया के बहुत कम जगह में ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट मिलेगा. सस्टेनेबिलिटी की यदि मैं बात करूं तो आपने अपने आप को सस्टेनेबल बनाने के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि चूज योर मेंटोर. कॉलेज में रह के लोग कहीं भी आप जा सकते हैं, आप किसी भी डिग्निटी को बुला सकते हैं, आप उनको कह सकते हैं, आप कॉलेज में इनवाइट करिए कि आप हमारे कॉलेज में आइए, हमारे बच्चों से ज्ञान शेयर करिए, आप उनसे मिलिए, उनका एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करिए, क्योंकि दुनिया में एक्सपीरियंस का कोई मुकाबला नहीं. क्योंकि मेरा मानना है खुशियां तो तकदीर में होनी चाहिए, तस्वीरों में तो हर कोई मुस्कुराता है. सो मेरे को लगता है कि लाइफ में हैप्पीनेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. और पता है हमारे देश में सबसे अच्छी बात क्या, सब चाहते हैं भगत सिंह पैदा हो, पर पड़ोसी के घर में. Sustainability all starts within yourself. So there is a very small book and very beautifully written, ma'am. It says the book name is Seeing to Seeing. मैं लाइब्रेरी के लिए please remind me. I'll get you 3-4 books from my home library. बुक का नाम है Seeing to Seeing. Seeing यानी SEEing
टू TOSWING, सीइंग टू सीइंग, मतलब है कि लोग देखकर अनजान बन जाते हैं। मेरे को लगता है सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज ऑल अबाउट देखना और उसके ऊपर काम करना। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आप यहाँ पे चल रहे हैं, आज मैं भी आ रहा था, मैंने देखा एक फ्रूटी का रैपर पड़ा हुआ था, हर आदमी उसको क्रॉस कर रहा था। उम्मीद क्या कर रहा था, ये मेरा काम थोड़ी ना है, ये किसी स्वीपर का काम है, वो उठाएगा और वो डालेगा। आई फील दैट इज वेयर वी मेक मिस्टेक्स, वेदर वी एट स्कूल, वी आर एट होम, वी आर एट कॉलेज। एंड बिलीव मी फ्रेंड्स, आई पर्सनली फील छोटी छोटी हैबिट ही आपको आगे महान बनाती है। आई वॉज वेरी लकी टू हैव ग्रेट मेंटोर्स लाइक जे.आर.डी. टाटा साहब, शुरुआत के दिनों में जी.डी. बिरला साहब, दैन धीरू भाई अंबानी साहब। उनकी जो बात मैंने देखी, उनसे मैंने सीखा। मेरे को तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी की स्पेलिंग भी नहीं लिखना आती थी। उनसे मैंने सीखा कि कैसे छोटी छोटी बातें लाइफ में कितना बड़ा बड़ा इंपैक्ट करती है। सो एक आदमी था, एक रोड पे जा रहा था, उससे देखा दो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, एक गड्ढा खोद रहा था और दूसरा गड्ढा भर रहा था। तो उसको बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ कि यार ये क्या कर रहे थे, गड्ढा खोद के भरना, ये तो गड्ढा खोद क्यों रहे। तो उसने उनसे पूछा कि भाई साहब क्या कर रहे हो, तो बोले जी हम सब अब अपना काम कर रहे हैं। नहीं, बोले गड्ढा खोद के लिए भरना ही, तो गड्ढा खोद क्यों रहे। बोले साहब एक्चुअली ये काम करने के लिए हम 3 लोग हैं। ये राम है, इसका काम है गड्ढे खोदना, मेरा नाम श्याम है, मेरा काम है गड्ढे भरना, और एक मोहन है, वो आज छुट्टी पे है। मैंने कहा उसका क्या काम है, बोले उसका काम है पौधे लगाना। तो चूंकि छुट्टी पे है तो राम गड्ढे खोद रहा है और मैं गड्ढा भर रहा हूं। तो अब ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी कहां पे जाती है, मतलब आप इसका जो है, आप इसका अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि हाउ वी हैव टू वर्क। सो टू एवरीवन हु इज इन द ऑडिटोरियम, हमने कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, इतनी अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस रही। भारत के आज मैम ने बताया कि इतने अच्छे अच्छे डिग्निटरीज हमारे पास आए, और मुझे बड़ा दुख है। मैं आगे से पूरी संस्था को ये मैसेज बहुत ही क्लियर कट, मैम 2 मिनट शांत हो जाएं प्लीज। मेरा आई वॉन्ट टू पास वन मैसेज ऑफ माइंड टू एवरीवन, कि क्या तो आप प्रोग्राम का पार्ट नहीं बने, और यदि प्रोग्राम का पार्ट बने तो इसको पूरा देखें। जरूरी जीवन में हर चीज वो मिले जो आपको अच्छी लगती हो। एंड बिलीव मी फ्रेंड्स, आई कुड वाउच कि इस प्रोग्राम को लाने में, इसको बनाने में आपके प्रिंसिपल मैम ने, हमारी सारी फैकल्टीज ने कितनी मेहनत करी होगी, आप सोच भी नहीं सकते। हर आदमी जो आज हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस में अटेंड होने आया है, वो अपने आप में कुछ न कुछ उसने पाया है, करके वो आया है। दुनिया में करोड़ों लोग घूम रहे हैं, हर आदमी संस्था का पार्ट नहीं बन सकता। यदि मैं मेरी बात बताऊं, एवरी मॉर्निंग व्हेन आई कम हियर आई फील ऑनर्ड एंड प्रिविलेज। मैं हर समय जैसे ही गेट नंबर 1 से घुसता हूं, पहले मैं वहां के मतलब उस जमीन को छूता हूं, फिर मैं जब सीढ़ियां चढ़ता हूं उसको मैं अपने सिर पे लगाता हूं, फिर मैं अंदर आता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है बहुत ही बड़े भाग्य की बात है कि मैं इतनी बड़ी संस्था का पार्ट हूं। सो द मैसेज आई एम ट्राइंग टू गिव यू इज, यू नो, चाहत से बनता है सारी काम। आप चीजों को कैसे लेते हैं। मेरी माँ बचपन में कहती, बेटा माने तो भगवान नहीं तो भाटो पड़े, यानी माने तो भगवान नहीं तो पत्थर पड़ाइए। बात यह कि ऐसा नहीं कि सालासर जी के गणेश जी, मतलब हनुमान जी बहुत बड़े हैं, तिरुपति के बालाजी बहुत बड़े हैं, या वैष्णो देवी में ही माता रहती। बात यह कि आपका जिस स्थान से जितना जुड़ाव है उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो माई मैसेज टू ऑल ऑफ यू इज, guys, either you don't attend the program, you tell your madam we are not interested, but if you are interested, please take full participation into the program. Please make notes out of this program. आप एक प्रोफेशनल स्टडीज के बच्चे हैं, बाहर बहुत कंपटीशन है और बाहर बहुत सारी जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। लोग कहते हैं नौकरी नहीं है, मैं कहता हूं लोग ही नहीं अवेलेबल है। आई एम पार्ट ऑफ इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन इन फरीदाबाद, जहां पे 23,000 फैक्ट्रीज हैं और आप मानेंगे नहीं, हर फैक्ट्री को लोग चाहिए। मैं पिछले 6 महीने से गुजारिश कर रहा हूं कि कैन वी हैव इंटर्न्स फ्रॉम आवर कॉलेज, कैन वी हैव पीपल फ्रॉम आवर कॉलेज, बिकॉज आपका हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस। आज मेरे साथ इतने सारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट यहाँ बैठे हैं, एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी से बाबा साहब हैं, शर्मा साहब एनटीपीसी से हैं, मेरे दोस्त सुहास सर जो कि अभी बेलगाम से हैं, जो कि हेलमेट्स बनाते हैं। ही इज द लार्जेस्ट, इंडियाज नंबर 1 हेलमेट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी ऑफ द कंट्री। यदि आप साउथ में जाएंगे तो आउट ऑफ 10 हेलमेट यू सी 9 पीपल वेयरिंग हिज हेलमेट. ये लोग कैसे आगे आए? ये मेहनत करके, काम करके. आज इनको यदि मैं सुहास सर को बुला के बात कर रहा हूं, ये कहेंगे सर हमें डिग्री एक बात की बात है. मैं अभी सर से बात कर रहा था, बात डिग्री की नहीं है, बात है कि आपको प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस कितना है, आपने कॉलेज के किस प्रोग्राम में कितना. आई एम श्योर जो वॉलंटियर्स मैं मॉर्निंग में देख रहा था, इफ यू आस्क देम टुडे इवनिंग कि व्हाट इज देयर लर्निंग, दे कुड 10 थिंग्स टू से. गेस्ट को अटेंड कैसे करना है, उनको रिसीव कैसे करना है, उनका फेशियल एक्सप्रेशन कैसे था, उनका किसी का चेहरा कैसा था, किसको आपने चाय पूछी कि. मेरे को लगता है लाइफ में हर छोटी छोटी चीज जो है ना, to all my audience, it is very important. And as you grow in life, after the age of 18, when you come to college, research ये कहती है, I work on a brain program, so it says, adult learn by doing, not by seeing. ईश्वर ने जो हमें सबसे बड़ा गिफ्ट दिया है, वो भूलने का दिया है. हमारी हार्ड डिस्क में लिमिटेड मेमोरी, और सब चीज यदि हमारे को याद रहेंगी तो हमारा मस्तिष्क वैसे ही बहुत पागल हो जाएगा. So my request to all of you, if you are talking about sustainability, please remember, it is not a conference. लाइफ में हम चैलेंज, ये हमारे साथ ये चैलेंज मुझे लगता है कि फ्राइडे इवनिंग हम अच्छी मूवी देखते हैं, सैटरडे सुबह उठकर हम जाके एडिडास के शूज लेते हैं, नाइकी का ट्रैक सूट लेते हैं, और फिर घर आके कहते हैं मम्मा मैं मंडे से मॉर्निंग वॉक जाऊंगा, एंड मंडे नेवर कम्स. Sustainability is all about doing things right. At my schools, I always says कि मेरा एक भी बच्चा एक भी चावल का दाना जूठा नहीं छोड़ता है, एक भी अपने घर की सब, क्योंकि अपने हाथ से पौधा लगाता है. I'll make sure मैम कि जो हमारे कॉलेज के जो बच्चे हैं, इनके साथ हम पौधों की. How many would like to participate in planting tree? मैडम आप नहीं करेंगी? आप देख रही हैं दूसरों को? नो, उनको पूछ रहा हूँ मैं. बेटे मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, आप जो मेरे को देख, नहीं आपके पीछे जो बैठे. मैडम हाँ, आपने मना किया तो आपने हाँ भी नहीं किया, तो नहीं करने का मतलब मैं क्या समझूं, हाँ या ना? हाँ बेटा, मैं इंस्टीट्यूट की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं मेरे घर पे लगाने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि क्या होता है कि यदि आप संस्था में प्लांट लगाती हैं, आप उसका ध्यान दे सकती हैं. आप संस्था में आके क्या करती हैं? क्लासेज अटेंड करती हैं, और कुछ बच्चे क्लास ज़्यादा कैंटीन में समय बिताते हैं. कल मैं यहाँ पर आया तो कुछ बच्चे यहाँ, ये जहाँ से एंट्री है, उस एंट्री में ऊपर बैठकर पाँव ऊपर करके आइसक्रीम खा रहे थे, और हमारे चेयरमैन वहाँ पे एंटर कर रहे थे. आवर चेयरमैन इज 4 times गवर्नर, ही इज मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट 3 times. हमारे प्रधान साहब, ये बहुत ही बड़े भाग्य की बात है कि जो 1967 बैच के वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फेमस आईएएस ऑफिसर ऑफ द कंट्री. इट्स अ ग्रेट प्रिविलेज, बिलीव मी. आज भी आप देखियो, टाइम पर आते हैं संस्था के अंदर, टाइम पे सारा काम करते हैं, और हर आदमी को रिसीव करते हैं. बिलीव मी, मुझे लगता है कि आजकल तो 35-40 साल में लोग जो हैं वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या, वो खुद खड़े भी नहीं हो सकते. ऐसे लोगों को हमें लगता है कि रिस्पेक्ट देना ही सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या है. सीधी सी बात है कि जो चीज अच्छी लगे, अच्छे प्रैक्टिसेस को अडॉप्ट करो. आई फील दैट इज व्हाट इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी. एम आई राइट हो रहा हूं? खाना मत छोड़िए, वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी है. आप जूठा वेस्ट मत करिए, ये है. किसी का दिल मत दुखाइए, ये भी सस्टेनेबिलिटी है. सो इन द एंड व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, मैंने बुक की बात करी, मैंने सो हाउ दिस सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज गोइंग टू गो फ्रॉम नाउ. तो एक आदमी था, उसने अपने पैसे कमाए, और एक गुरुजी को एक दिन जाके बोला कि सर मैंने पैसे बहुत कमा लिए, नाउ आई वांट टू डू समथिंग गुड फॉर माई सेल्फ. मेरी अंतर आत्मा में कहती है कि अब तू व्यापार छोड़ के कुछ कर. तो उसने अच्छा एक काम कर, सुबह जा और गंगा जी सुबह 4 बजे नहा के आ. वो ऋषिकेश का आदमी था, दिसंबर का महीना था, सुबह 4 बजे उठा, और जैसे घर के बाहर निकला तो चारों तरफ अंधेरा था और बहुत सारा कोहरा था. तो उसने कहा गुरुजी ने कहाँ फंसा दिया, पहले दिसंबर का महीना, इतना ठंड और ऊपर से इतना अंधेरा है, मैं कैसे जाऊं गंगा जी नहाने. तो जैसे ही वो कमरा मतलब दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर जाने लगा, उसको आवाज आई, लाला जी क्या हुआ? बोले यार मेरे को गंगा जी नहा के आना है. तो बोले जाओ नहा के आओ. बोले जाऊं कैसे, इतना अंधेरा, इतना कोहरा है, इतनी ठंड है, मैं जाऊं कैसे, रास्ता तो एक कदम में नहीं दिख रहा. तो उसने कहा काम करो, मेरे पास में दिया है, इस दिए को ले जाओ. तो उसने कहा मैं तेरा दिया ले जाके क्या करूं, इसमें तो इतनी छोटी लौ है कि खाली एक ही कदम मैं देख पा रहा हूं, भैया मैं गिर जाऊंगा, मैं वापस। और वो वापस घर के अंदर चला गया। दोपहर में उठ के वो गुरुजी के पास गया, उसने कहा भाई गंगा जी नहाया? बोले नहीं। बोले क्यों? बोले महाराज कोहरा बहुत था, गर्म बहुत ठंडा था और बाहर दिख नहीं रहा था, अंधेरा था। बोले तुझे कोई मिला नहीं? बोले एक आदमी मिला, उसके पास दिया था और उसका दिए की लो इतनी छोटी थी कि खाली एक कदम ही क्रॉस कर सकता था। तो उसने कहा बावरे, कदम तो एक ही क्रॉस करना होता है, एक साथ तो 10 कदम थोड़ी ना चल सकता है। पहले एक कदम चलता, फिर दूसरा कदम चलता, फिर तीसरा चलता, और तू गंगा जी नहा के आना। सो माई मैसेज टू ऑल ऑफ यू ladies and gentlemen is, in life if you want to do something, we just need to walk one step. If you cross one step, then the second. मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आज आपने जो कुछ ज्ञान यहां से लिया वो सारी बातें शाम तक कॉपी पेस्ट कर दीजिए। मेरा मानना लाइफ में यदि अपने को इंप्रूव करना है, मेक अ लिस्ट ऑफ फ्यू हैबिट्स। 1 month if you change one habit, by end of the year you change 12 habits. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are truly grateful for your presence and the wisdom you've shared with us today. I now invite Dr. Aina Gill, Assistant Professor, BVBC, and Ms. Memuna, Assistant Professor, BVBC, to present a comprehensive report on the conference proceedings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries and guests, we, Dr. Aina Gill and Ms. Memuna, are privileged to present the report of today's one-day conference titled Weaving a Sustainable World, Integrating Knowledge, Cultures and Solutions. The concept of sustainability is now at the forefront of global discourse, extending across multiple disciplines. Sustainability is not just an environmental imperative, but a holistic approach to how we live, govern, and educate. The inaugural session of the one-day national conference was held on October 9 at Munshi Memorial Hall from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The session began with the Sarv Dharm Pratna, a prayer that set a spiritual and harmonious tone for the day's discussion. Following this, Dr. Gitika Datta, Dean of Academics at the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, delivered the introduction to the conference. The introduction of guests was conducted by Dr. Shalini Gupta, HOD B.Ed at BLMC, alongside Dr. Namrata Singh, Assistant Professor at BLMC, who recognized the esteemed presence of key figures in the field. Now we begin with the technical sessions. The first technical session focused on the theme, Transforming Tomorrow, Multidisciplinary Approaches to Sustainability. The session was chaired by Professor Chirashri Ghosh, Department of Environmental Studies, University of Delhi, and co-chaired by Dr. Shaini Bhardwaj and Mr. Anirudh, Assistant Professors at BLMC and BVBC respectively. The session featured 5 insightful papers. Ms. Bhavna Sharma from IP College opened the session by presenting a study on preserving nature's heritage, followed by Mr. Shubham Kumar Sanu, Assistant Professor at IP College, who co-authored with Ms. Anishka Agarwal and Ms. Akriti Rao on sustainable cities and communities. Ms. Memuna from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan offered a unique perspective by exploring feminist and eco-feminist insights from the God of small things. This was followed by Ms. Priya and Ms. Kashvi Kaushik, who discussed the role of horticulture in sustainable development. The final presentation by Ms. Shreya Agarwal delved into the financial sector with a paper on unlocking green finance in India. The second technical session focused on the theme, Integrating Sustainability, Policy, Culture and Innovation for a Greener Future. This session was chaired by Professor Ranjana Ray Chaudhary, Department of Regional Water Studies, Terry School of Advanced Studies, and co-chaired by Ms. Ruchi Arora and Dr. Deepak, Assistant Professors at BLMC and BVBC respectively. The session featured 5 presentations. Ms. Rani Avantika and Ms. Priya Kanojia from IP College opened with an analytical study on carbon neutrality in India. Ms. Anjali Baghel and Ms. Harsha, also from IP College, followed with their research on urban landscape revitalization and the gentrification and affordability nexus in Hauskas. Ms. Kriti Songriwal from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan presented a thought-provoking paper on sustainability and Indian literary traditions. Ms. Anu Jain from the same institution explored the relationship between sustainable development and law. Lastly, Dr. Ritika S. Israni presented her paper on Packaging 4.0, highlighting the role of AI-driven innovation and advanced technologies in creating sustainable and intelligent packaging solutions. The third technical session focused on the theme Prosperity with Purpose. The session was chaired by Professor Suresh Prasad Singh, former Vice Chancellor of Veer Kumar Singh University and Himalayan University, Itanagar, with Dr. Ritu Sharma, HOD, and Dr. Mitramani Singh, Assistant Professor, BVBC, as co-chairpersons. The session featured 4 insightful presentations. Ms. Shweta Dubey, Associate Professor at Banasthali Vidyapith, Rajasthan, opened with a paper on global citizenship and sustainability. Dr. Shalini Bhatnagar and Dr. Rajshri Yadav from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan presented a paper on circular economy. Ms. Akansha Garg from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan explored green marketing and its impact on consumer behavior. Finally, Dr. Raj Karan from the same institution delivered a presentation on sustainable business practices in New Delhi. The fourth technical session focused on the theme Rethinking Sustainability, Cultural and Educational Perspectives and Solutions. This online session was chaired by Dr. Tanya Gupta, Dean of Education and Humanities at K.R. Mangalam University, with Dr. Nisha Sharma and Mr. Mashkoor Elahi Khan, Assistant Professor at BLMC, as co-chairpersons. This session featured 5 presentations. The first one was by Ms. Shweta Kumari, a teacher at Army Public School, who presented her paper on indigenous knowledge as a solution to sustainable development goals. Ms. Renu Bisht and Dr. Azkia Khan from the Army Institute of Education followed with a presentation on weaving sustainability into educational frameworks. Ms. Pooja Dikshit, Assistant Professor, presented on social justice and equity in sustainability. Ms. Nidhi Dinkar, a research scholar from the Central University of Punjab, examined the role of social media. Finally, Dr. Almas Praveen and Ms. Tanu Mathur from Institute of Vocational Studies presented a study on status of Sustainable Development Goals. The fifth technical session focused on the theme Equity, Access and Sustainability, Interconnected Solutions. It was chaired by Dr. Vijeta Banwari, Associate Professor of Economics at the School of Social Sciences, with Dr. Nancy Bedi and Dr. Geet, Assistant Professors at BLMC and BVBC. The next session featured 6 engaging presentations. Ms. Aditi, a student, opened her paper titled A Quest Towards Clean Energy Transition. Ms. Tina Gupta and Professor Vandana from Banasthali Vidyapith followed with their research on job engagement as a leading factor towards sustainable employability. Mr. Baljit Kumar Singh, a PhD scholar at Jawaharlal Nehru University, presented on the role of language literacy in fostering inclusive growth. Dr. Deepthi Khubalkar, Assistant Professor at Symbiosis Law School, Nagpur, examined ensuring equal access to transportation for people with disabilities. Dr. Mamta Agarwal, Meera Bamba, along with Ms. Priya Gupta from Indira Gandhi University, presented on the role of Prime Minister Employment Generation Program in empowering women entrepreneurs. Finally, Dr. Jyoti Sarawat, Assistant Professor at Rao Lal Singh College of Education, Gurugram, concluded the session with a presentation on sustainable clothing, redefining fashion for a greener future. Thank you.
The first afternoon technical session focused on theme empowering change education for sustainability. The session was chaired by Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Head and Dean, School of Education, MGAHV, Central University, Wardha, Maharashtra, with Dr. Sulekha Ram, HOD, DLED, BLMCE, and Ms. Kriti Songriwal, Assistant Professor, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, as co-chairpersons. The session includes 4 insightful presentations. Ms. Jyoti Bhardwaj, Assistant Professor at Sanjay Teachers Training College, Jaipur, opened with a paper on empowering educators. Dr. Isha, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, followed with a presentation on sustainability through value-based education. Mr. Dishant Saini, a student from Bhavan Leelavati Munshi College of Education, New Delhi, along with Dr. Ritu Sharma, discussed indigenous knowledge and cultural wisdom. Lastly, Dr. Jyoti Tiwari and Ms. Jyoti Sharma from the Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, presented a paper on the status of sustainable development goals in India. The second afternoon technical session focused on greening the mind, education for sustainability. The co-chairpersons, Dr. Indu Thaya and Ms. Akansha Garg, Assistant Professor at BLMCE and BVBC respectively. The session featured 5 enlightening presentations. Samreen Khanam and Nisar Ahmed, research scholars from Jamia Millia Islamia, opened the discussion with a paper on sustainability through science education, focusing on the science and technology. Dr. Abhilasha Gautam and students, Ms. Aditi Kar, Ms. Kusum, from the Army Institute of Education, Greater Noida, followed with their study on the role of teacher training programs in preparing future educators for sustainability education. Ms. Shrishti Nagarajan, along with Dr. Ekta Duggal from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College, presented on harnessing the power of social emotional learning, SEL, in sustainable education. Ms. Lakshmi Priya Oja, a PhD scholar at Jamia Millia Islamia, explored drama therapy techniques for enhancing life skills in students with intellectual disabilities. Lastly, Ms. Rishita Kohli, MA scholar, along with Dr. Ishrat Naz from Galgotias Universities, addressed the topic of attaining equity and inclusivity in the light of sustainable development goals in educational setups. The third afternoon technical session focused on the theme Technology for Sustainability Innovation for a Greener Future. The session was chaired by Professor Sunil Kumar Pandey, Director, Institute of Technology, Ghaziabad, along with Ms. Namrata Gunwant and Dr. Ritika Israni, Assistant Professors, BLMCE and BVBC respectively, as co-chairpersons. The session included 4 insightful presentations. Ms. Alisha Siddiqui, MA student from Galgotias University, opened with a paper on generative AI in schools, addressing the alarming concerns surrounding the use of AI in education. Ms. Yujita Datta and Ms. Pooja Bhatt, pre-service teachers from Manav Rachna University, presented on leveraging AI to achieve Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4. Ms. Sangeet Nanda Parida, Ms. Pooja Kumari and Ms. Shifali Gusain, students from AIE Greater Noida, followed with a discussion on digital learning and its role in building a sustainable future. Dolly Bhasin, founder of Smart Edge, concluded the session with a presentation on digital transformation approaches for a sustainable future. The fourth technical session focused on the theme of sustainability in education, preparing the next generation. The online session was chaired by Dr. Idam Khan, along with co-chairpersons Dr. Poonam Sharma, Assistant Professor at BLMCE, and Ms. Anu Jain, Assistant Professor at BVBC. The session features 6 informative presentations. Dr. Rupam Priya from Nalini Devi Women's College of Teacher Education, Bhubaneswar, educating future educators in Orissa. Dr. Rubina Khan from Maulana Azad National Urdu University. Dr. Manisha Singh, Dr. Neelam Srivastav, Dr. Neetu Chawla from RCCVG, explored the challenges and opportunities in scaling sustainable education. Dr. Aditi Sharma, Ms. Nisha Kumari, Ms. Mamta on empowering academic startups. Dr. Manjeet Yadav, Assistant Professor RLS, College of Education, Gurugram, on the gave presentation on sustainability savvy teachers. The fifth technical session focused on the theme of digital transformation for sustainable development. The session was chaired by Mr. Sunil Sharma, Business Unit Head of the Technology Staff Serving Solutions team, with Dr. Namita Chaudhary and Ms. Nidhi Sharma, Assistant Professors at BLMCE and BVBC respectively, as co-persons. The session featured 5 insightful presentations: Ms. Neprabha, PhD scholar, Gautam Buddha University; Mr. Ravikant Verma, Assistant Professor at Institute of Professional Excellence and Management, discussed assessing the impact of digital learning technologies on advancing sustainable practices. Dr. Subhash Chandra, Dr. Nitika Arora, Mr. Kuldeep Singh presented on green software development. Dr. Priya Dhingra, Ms. Sangeeta presented on digital learning in creating a sustainable future. Ms. Sabia Naz presented on digital learning as a tool for effective teaching. So these were the people who presented today. So yeah, it's a wrap for the 2 sessions. Thank you so much.
So, any conference having 48 papers, I feel it's a big, big achievement. So, give a big round of applause. And it is from all over India. And I see so many conferences, not so many papers come forth. And everything was so well coordinated. And even I could see the first year girl presenting today morning and a different program. Thank you so very much. फाइनेंस तो मैं मारोड़ी आदमी फाइनेंस तो हो ही जाएगा फाइनेंस की कोई बात नहीं पर दूसरी बात क्या आइडिया आइडिया इज नॉट अ बिग चैलेंज मेन बात है वो इंप्लीमेंट होना ग्राउंड लेवल पे आई फील दैट इज व्हाट एंड आई वुड स्ट्रांगली सजेस्ट कि लेट्स हैव मोर एंड मोर कॉन्फ्रेंसेस लाइक इससे एक तो हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ा हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ेगी और मुझे लगता है बच्चे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे तो उनको फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा आई फील दैट इज व्हाट इज very, very, very
Thank you, ma'am, for a detailed documentation of the conference's success. Now it is time to recognize excellence. I invite Dr. Isha Chopra, Assistant Professor, BVBC, to present the awards for Best Paper Presenter and Best Poster Presenter.
Hello all. So we have the Best Paper Presenter Award. The first award goes to title Role of Prime Minister Employment Generation Program in Empowering the Women Entrepreneurs. Dr. Mamta Agarwal, Dr. Meera Bhava and Ms. Priya Gupta from Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari, Haryana. Can I have them on stage, please? Can I have them on stage, please? Online session. Okay, it seems that it was an online session. Okay, so we shall proceed with the second prize. The second award has been shared by 2 of our fellow colleagues. The title is Unlocking Green Finance in India, Exploring Opportunities, Barriers and Different Areas of Collaboration Between FinTech and Sustainable Finance. Author is Shreya Agarwal. Ms. Shreya Agarwal. I request our guest, Dr. Goenka sir, to please present the certificate. Yes, ma'am. And second prize is also shared by, the title is Packaging 4.0, Pioneering the Path to Sustainable and Intelligent Packing with AI-driven Innovations and Advanced Technology, Dr. Ritika S. Israni. And the second prize includes the cash prize of 3,000 rupees each. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for recognizing our talented participants. Congratulations to all the winners for their remarkable achievements. Let us give them a big round of applause. Before we conclude, I would like to invite Dr. Shalini Gupta, HOD, B.Ed. BLMCE, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Nishtha. Good evening, everyone. Respected Dr. Goenka, Dr. Gitika Datta, paper presenters, my colleagues, and students. As we come to the close of this insightful and thought-provoking conference, Weaving a Sustainable World, Integrating Knowledge, Cultures, and Solutions, it is my privilege as a convener to offer the vote of thanks. This event, which was brought together brilliant minds and diverse perspectives would not have been possible without the collective efforts of so many people. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker for this session, Dr. Shankar Goenka. Sir, your profound insights and expertise inspire all of us to think critically and act with purpose towards sustainability. Your advice that every individual should be sustainable by taking first step is the crux of this conference. To the paper presenters, I thank you for sharing your research and innovative solutions. Your dedication and hard work have enriched our understanding of sustainability and various interdisciplinary approaches which are required to address this global challenge. A special note of appreciation to the management of our college, Shri Purohit, Chairman, Bharti Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, Shri Ashok Pradhan, Director, Bharti Vidya Bhavan, Delhi Kendra, for their unwavering support in hosting this conference. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Gitika Datta, whose leadership has been instrumental in the success of this conference. Your constant encouragement and belief in the importance of integrating knowledge and cultures to achieve sustainability is remarkable. To our administrative officer, Shri Pushpendra Sharma, sir, your meticulous planning and organizational skills have ensured that everything ran smoothly. We are deeply grateful for your efforts behind the scenes, ensuring that every aspect of this conference was executed seamlessly. A huge thank you to all the colleagues who have been an integral part of this journey. Your cooperation, your input, your tireless effort and support have been invaluable in shaping this event today. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank the IT department for their outstanding technical support. In today's digital era, the smooth flow of presentations and sessions relies heavily on the technology. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank all the non-teaching staff for their tireless work behind the scenes. From managing logistics to ensuring the comfort of guests, your dedication has not gone unnoticed. Our student volunteers deserve a special mention. You have been the backbone of this conference, always ready to lend a helping hand, manage registrations, and assist participants. Your enthusiasm and energy have made a lasting impression on all of us. A heartfelt thanks to all the students who participated with such interest and enthusiasm by attending this conference. Finally, I extend my gratitude to my fellow convener, Dr. Namrata Singh, and co-conveners, Dr. Isha, Dr. Aina, and Ms. Memuna. It has been an honor to work alongside such a dedicated and hardworking team. Your collaboration, creativity, and passion for the cause have been key to the success of this event. I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this conference. Together, we have not only shared knowledge, but also built bridges between cultures and solutions, weaving a fabric of a sustainable world. Thank you and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your encouraging words. Participants are requested to collect their certificates from the registration desk and submit your feedback form via the WhatsApp group by the end of the day. Also, the students and participants are requested to move to room 101 Mittal Southern for the high tea after the session. As we conclude this conference, let us carry forward the knowledge we have gained and continue working towards a sustainable future. Thank you to all our speakers, guests, and participants for making this event a success. May we meet again to share more insights. Wishing you all success in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Sectors they are working, because you have mostly discussed on the international paper. They don't understand our need of the thing. क्योंकि आपने बताया रोबोटिक, आपने बताया नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी. Not possible in this country जहाँ पर एक थाली खाना नहीं मिलता है. वो टेक्नोलॉजी will cost more. All of you know the commercial part of the thing. Basically, I will request you, as you are working on this thing, you make a visit to the IRI Pusa campus. There is one center, climate smart agriculture, climate resilient agriculture दिखाया जाते हैं. Every part of our country there are problem. Ladakh में एक issue है, in western part में एक problem, Marathwada region water shortage है. So government try to find out sustainable solutions. सीड बैंक बनाए हैं, सीड स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, वाटर मैनेजमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं, है ना. तो उसमें आप रोबोटिक एंड दिस थिंग्स नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी हम लोग भी रिसर्च करते हैं. रिसर्च के लिए ठीक है, पर होल सोल फूड हंगर इंडेक्स में आप करने के लिए लो कॉस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी की. आज एनारोबिक वाज द मेजर प्रॉब्लम, बिकॉज आप जानोगे तभी बच्चे को बता पाओगे. ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पोटेंशियल ऑफ CO2 एंड मीथेन. आप जब राइस कल्टिवेशन यू आर डूइंग, यू आर हैविंग एनारोबिक मेथड, मीथेन विल कम. Methane is having 20 to 1 times higher global warming potential compared to the CO2. Now government has started making anaerobic, and neither we have a water. देखने में तो हरियाली जो मूवी में देखते हैं अच्छा लगता है, agriculture field. But actually what happened, this water we can't afford right now. What was the earlier stage? Now they have shifted the technology from anaerobic to aerobic, मतलब पानी ना रख के just seeding inside the luster के plant. So they are reducing methane. So that is climate resilient agriculture, which is reduced cost. Again, drip irrigation, unnecessary pipe लेके पानी देने का जरूरत नहीं है. There is a level. इस level के नीचे जब चले जाते हैं, then only you add or drop like the saline bottle. There is a sensor. When the moisture level is going, immediately the water will. So this type of technologies can be discussed. Then people will understand that what type of technology India needs. You can give a site, but you must have focus on that part. Okay? Thank you. And the last, coming to that part, this is also very important topics. I like your topic selection, definitely, everyone. And here again, that same thing I am not repeating. Climate change data, time series data है. आपको long term, whenever you are discussing on carbon source and other things, source should be mentioned. Review of literatures को आप international, national level में, because हम बाहर वाले में जाके काम कर सकते हो, we understand them, but they can't work with our until unless they understand. The morning someone told that socio-economic class, the problem and pressures of management of finance is not so easy. जैसे हम, I always make a fun that जैसे घर का प्रॉब्लम माँ ही समझते हैं, बिकॉज कुछ नहीं है तब भी खाना बना के कुछ ना कुछ आइडिया निकाल के दे. आइडिया दैट इंडिया ओनली नोज हाउ टू मैनेज आवर situation that international body cannot find out. They can then only sell their product here. And as a consumer that we are doing. This is the only reason green consumerism की बात हो रही है. And do you know that CDM क्या है? CDM program कि आप green finance की बात कर रहे हैं. Do you know what is CDM or clean development mechanism? आप ये देख लेना, बिकॉज जैसे आज मेट्रो है, सोलर पावर है, सारे CDM के अंदर, बिकॉज वी आर अ कंट्री नॉन एमिटर ग्रुप में बट वनरेबल कंट्री, एनेक्स 2 है. तो इन हिसाब से हमें ग्रीन फाइनेंस के लिए जब हम एनवायरमेंट ऑडिट, इफ़ यू वांट टू ऑडिट दिस कैंपस, then you have to only add that CDM programs. suggest them to make the audit and green finance. Then only you get fund from the different ministry. So maybe one day you can visit Indira Bhavan in Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. They are actually a highly rated building for this green finance and green. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of you taking time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for encouraging our students. We really value your words and presence. Please give a warm round of applause, everyone. As we end this session, I would now like to invite Mr. Aniruddha, Assistant Professor BVB, to kindly come upon the stage and present vote of thanks and token of appreciation.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we wrap up our first session on transforming tomorrow, multidisciplinary approaches to sustainability, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to several key individuals and groups. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Chitrashri Ghosh for expertly chairing this session. Your guidance and insights have significantly enriched our discussions today. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Shaini Bharadwaj for her role as co-chair. Your contributions have helped to steer our conversations in meaningful directions. A special thank you to the organizers, conveners and co-conveners whose hard work has ensured the smooth functioning of this session. Your dedication and attention to detail are truly commendable. I'd also like to acknowledge the faculty and students of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan for their enthusiastic participation. Your engagement is what makes this discussion so vibrant and impactful. In this session, we have seen a remarkable array of papers from various disciplines, all centered on how sustainability can be achieved through multidisciplinary approaches. We have explored ecological, financial, and cultural perspectives, fostering discussions that integrate environmental science, finance, literature, and urban development. Together, we are taking important steps forward toward creating sustainable solutions for our future. Thank you for all your valuable contributions and for being a part of this important conversation. Let us continue to collaborate and innovate as we work towards a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you.
I request the dignitaries to please proceed for lunch. And the students, please stay back. I'll take your attendance.
Leader serving as professor and dean of the School of Education and School of Humanities, as well as the director of IQAC at KR Mangalam University, Haryana, India. The doctorate PhD in Education and Masters in Education in MA from Punjab University, Chandigarh. Dr. Gupta has built an impressive career spanning 23 years. She has had learning environments characterized by innovation, teamwork, ethics and safety. Her contribution to academia are vast and varied, with numerous research papers, edited books, book chapters and patents published under her name. Dr. Gupta has also served as the founding editor of several national and international journals in the field of education. Dr. Gupta's commitment to advancing education through continuous learning is evident in her engagement with seminars, conferences and training programs. Her research interests span areas such as education policy, higher education, economics of education, teacher education, inclusive education and educational leadership. Additionally, she is the Vice Chairperson of the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, CTEF Delhi NCR, and Secretary General of the Council for Teachers Professional Development, CPPD. Her outstanding contribution to the field have earned her multiple.
Thank you, Mr. Ilavi, for the introduction. Now we will begin with the presentation by our esteemed participants. Before we proceed, please note that each presenter has been allotted 10 minutes to present their paper. Kindly adhere to the time limit. Our first presenter, we are allotted 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Our first presenter, Ms. Shweta Kumar, a teacher at the Institute of Education, University.
engage with as a key factor towards sustainable employability. Because usually we have been talking about sustainable employability and the factors technically. So my question is, number one, what are the different factors according to you that affect sustainable employability? Do you think that what is the rate of people having they are not so completely engaged? We are thinking of completely influencing social relationships to the job. If add on to the personal aspect also, it's beneficial for the organization. But I can say what I have seen job engagement is a very low rates in developing countries. Conditions like that, the have also included many things like professional development individuals, proper career counseling, proper
former Vice Chancellor of Veer Singh University, Bihar and Himalayan University, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh.
Our co-chairperson, Dr. Ritu Sharma, Head of the Department of Bharati Vidya Bhavan College, and Dr. Nitin Reddy Singh, Assistant Professor of Bharati Vidya Bhavan College, all participants and students of DAED and B.Ed and BVC in the technical session of one-day national conference on weaving sustainable work, integrating knowledge and culture and solution.
It means to solve global challenges. It is my honor to invite Dr. Mitra Mani Sir, Assistant Professor of Bharati Vidya Bhavan, to introduce our estimated chairperson.
It's my distinct privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Suresh Shastri, a renowned figure in the field of geology, environmental science and natural resource management, whose communities worldwide. Professor Singh has held several prominent leadership roles, including serving as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Bihar and Himalayan University, Arunachal Pradesh. His academic credentials are equally impressive, such with a BSc Gold Medalist, MSc and PhD in Geology, complemented by honorary doctorates and distinguished fellowship from institutions such as IBRF Kolkata and MURF London, with over 100 research papers published in
the coastal areas of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and so on. These are the major contributors given the fact that they emit carbon dioxide mainly from the sectors such as alien, which means the ill planet. We need to work towards it and to conserve our earth from it. Now I hand over to my company to carry on. Now coming to the second objective on Environment Day, DMRC has got the certificate of carbon neutral by the company or validation and verification company areas where people can park their vehicles and go for metro rail in order to reduce the or use the maximum potential of the solar energy in order to reduce the burden over the non-renewable resources. They are also adopting water harvesting systems so that to achieve the carbon neutral concept. They are also doing other activities. They are also doing campaigns in order to aware people. For example, they have adopted a very captivating way in order to aware people. Taken while I was traveling to Anand Vihar, and this picture shows that I have just 625 grams of carbon while opting for this metro over my fossil paper. Now, as we all know that DMRC cannot keeping the DMRC as the role model. So there are some of the ways through which education institutions can work towards it. First, they can find the sources of the GHG or greenhouse emissions in their campuses and go for alternatives. Second, they can also maintain or plant some of their campuses. And the last one is they can increase the number of green cover, that is the natural things in their campuses, in order to reduce the carbon emissions. According to the survey of All India on Higher Education 2021 and 22, there are 45,000 of education institutions, 12,000 of other education institutions in which more than 4 crore of students are studying and more than 2 lakh of PhD students are studying, and also under the guidance of 16 lakh of teachers. So this number is so big that we can achieve the concept of carbon neutrality within the campuses of the educational institutions. Now, so India could not achieve this concept alone in the contemporary world. So India is also pushing other developing nations in order to achieve the carbon neutral net zero by 2050. Till now, there are only 2 countries, that is Bhutan and Suriname. That is the carbon negative till now. So I would like to conclude our whole presentations with a quote by Gary Smith, that is nature is
Students of IP College for Women, Miss Anjali Baghel, Miss Harsha, and with them Mr. Shubham Kumar Sanu again, who will present their paper on revitalizing urban landscape, the gentrification and affordability nexus in Hoskas. This presentation will explore the dynamic relationship between urban gentrification and affordability nexus in Hoskas.
Firstly, I would like to explain the word gentrification. काफ़ी लोग gentrification को urbanization के साथ compare करते हैं, but in reality both these words are very different from each other. Urban and existing neighborhood that influence the wealthy people to the low-income areas. Current state of affordable housing in Hoskas. The objective 3 is to identify strategies for promoting sustainable and inclusive development in Hoskas. Objective 4 is to access southwestern Delhi in Zone F. The longitudinal level is 54% of the Delhi, and it is the center Hoskas, and this is the Google map. Our